Perhaps we need some outside universal threat to make us recognize this common bound. I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world.
My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us as we have a great panel, as you see right there. We're going to put them in the back there momentarily as we say hello to everybody out there. We are literally 4 hours away from Santa Claus starting to fly. And I don't know about you, but I get pumped up at every time. I don't care that I'm 48 years old. Goddamn Santa Claus is coming tonight. He starts. And I'm pumped right up about it. All right, before we bring in our special panel of Bigfoot hunters, investigators, researchers, we are going to say hello to everyone in our chat room tonight. Awesome Ann Palmer with her first ever gold medal. The stunning Julie Wheeler takes home the silver. Lovely Kathy Evans brings home the bronze medal, her first medal of this competition. Race fan with a fourth place fish. Can't even talk. Fourth place finish. Awesome Andrew, how you doing, buddy? John Swan, Mennonite Abe, the gorgeous Cosmic Fleur, how are you? Hey, Nicola, thanks for coming on in. Jay Swope, nice to have you here. Jay Swope will be signing autographs after the show. Line up to the left of the studio, if you don't mind, to the left of the studio. Grand Paul Holland, how are you? Thanks for coming on in. Anonymous Yeti, thanks for joining us. Really appreciate it. And if you're new here, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. We'd really appreciate it. Eddie Haskell, Obi Flett, nice to see you here. Super Duke in the chat room. You're looking beautiful tonight. I mean that. I really mean that. Well, the audience will get a good look at you here momentarily. All right. Let's continue on with roll call here as we rock it on out for tonight's show. The gorgeous Jeanette Sanchez has returned. Ross Smith, Jeff Bridges, Mr. Lurks-a-Lot. How you doing, man? Thank you for joining us. We really do appreciate it. There's our panel right there. Blayne Tyler now joining us. 1 second here. Mr. Lurks-a-Lot, how you doing, man? Nice to see you. Awesome Arlene Adkins-Zell will be signing autographs after the show as well. Line up to the right of the studio for Arlene, to the right. 405er, Guillermo, how are you? Nate Foote from Wibbs, good to see you in the chat room. You're looking handsome on camera too, my friend. Guitar Muse, that is Little Eric Markham, everyone. He has returned home after a 3-year hiatus. We're glad to have him. All right, moving on here. Let's see who else is here. Todd Purdon, nice to have you here. Wes H., good to see you. Reptilian Overlord, nice to have you back. Double Tim, good to see you. And we continue on. Nightmare, Rooted in Gorgeous Sacredness. Mondak, nice to have you all here. Millennium, Jason, Brown Dwarf, Paul Vidal, how are you all? Thank you for joining us. Bigfoot Anon, how are you, man? Nice to have you here as we continue on with roll call before the show here. Jay Ramirez, thank you for joining us. Glad you could catch us live. We always like that. Welcome to our chat room, my friend. Mama Susan, how are you? The gorgeous Tracy Moore has returned. There she is with a piece of a Christmas tree. The stunning Oracles and Beyond. Chillin' Villain, how are you, buddy? And the lovely Tina Smith. Gorgeous Brandy. Deborah Danauer looking lovely tonight. The Michael Leger, everyone. The Michael Leger. He made me that gnome right there. All right, Digger Dog, good to see you. We are less than a minute away. Cindy Ann Bueno, good break. How are you, my former guest? Love you. Spooky Morales, nice to see you. Oscar Lindquist, where you been hiding, buddy? Where else do we got here? R. Stahlbaum, welcome to our chat room. Hi, Sandra. Hi, Sandra. Hi, Sandra. Lovely Linda Thomas has joined us, and there's Project Blue Book, and I'm going to start the radio feed right now because that's kind of important for us to do, considering we are a radio show. Jim Morris looking awesome here, buddy. And who else do we have here? $5,900. Chad Smith is here, everyone. The Chad Smith. I'm Chad Smith. You're Chad Smith. We are all Chad Smith. The gorgeous Gemini moon has returned home. And who else do we have here in our roll call as we run out of time? Grassman, welcome to our channel. We are 29 seconds away. Let's see if we can figure this out. Sir Brian Bowden with 8,882 podcasts. He's podcasting right now called The Bigfoot Show on Spaced Out Radio. He's doing his own podcast. Mary, how are you, lovely? Looney, nice to see you. And 10 seconds. Can we get anybody else in? I don't know. Stephen Hill, Niles, welcome to the show. And you know what? That's it. Horns up. Let's rock. From the mountains of central British Columbia to you listening around the world, this, my friends, is Spaced Out Radio. I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. We welcome you to tonight's show on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on TalkStream Live, Revolution Radio, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Go to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. You can follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and now on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read Shirky Poo's Newswire, check out our swag as well. Tonight's show is brought to you by Chive Charities. Help make the world 10% happier by visiting Chive Charities today. You can find them on our website. We have an awesome show for you tonight as we look back at 2021 in the world of Sasquatch. This is a creature where many investigators had to take time off due to the COVID virus because we were locked down. We couldn't get into the forest, but nonetheless, we got out there and we saw things, and we are here to tell about it. We have 6 researchers with us tonight who are going to break down the year that was in the world of Bigfoot. There were some great sightings, there were some questionable sightings, some questionable research, and some incredible investigation. Joining us tonight is Super Duke, and I like to call him Duke Sullivan, from World Bigfoot Radio. If you have not subscribed to his channel on YouTube, you definitely need to do that. We also want to say hello to Robert Boston, Nate Rudd, who's a really good friend of this show, William Lunsford, a former guest here as well. We have Robin and Blayne Tyler. Everyone, Merry Christmas to you, because I don't do the Happy Holidays thing. Merry Christmas to all of you, and welcome to Spaced Out Radio. Thank you so much, Duke, for putting this incredible panel together for Christmas.
Ho, ho, ho.
Thanks, everybody.
No problem.
Thanks for letting me put this together for you, Dave. I hope we'll have some fun tonight. And I wanted to point out the credentials of some of these people here. Robin McCray is the head of the North American Division of International Hominology of Forest People. William Lunsford is the boots on the ground but in the field researcher of the folk monster. And Mr. Robert Boston up there in the corner that hasn't been on the show before is the only person on this panel that's actually done boots on the ground research in Europe on Bigfoot. And then let's not forget about our pal down there on the bottom, Blayne Tyler, all the way from Northeast Ontario, piggybacking on Santa Claus's own web stream in order to get a signal to be here with us. And then, of course, we got the awesome my neighbor over here to the west, Nate Rudd, who keeps everything nailed down over in that position. So there's your panelist for tonight, everybody.
It is a wonderful panel indeed. And you guys have, I think we have some of the most brilliant people when it comes to Sasquatch on this show. And Duke and Nate Rudd, I first off want to say to both of you guys a hearty thank you to both of you because, you know, we've always talked Sasquatch on this show through our 7 years, but I don't think we have had a great number of guests as we have had since you guys started tuning us in and saying, hey, Dave, have you guys interviewed this person or that person? Or have you ever had this person on the show. It has been fantastic. You guys have literally helped us, both of you, to bring our content regarding the cryptid world and Sasquatch world from what I think was maybe a 3, 4 up to a 9 or 10, guys. Both of you deserve a lot of credit for that. So thank you so much for that.
Thanks, Dave.
Thanks, Dave. It's my pleasure.
So Duke, let's start with you, because this is your panel that you've put together here on Spaced Out Radio. And I do once again want to plug your channel, World Bigfoot Radio. If you haven't subscribed to that on YouTube, you definitely should. It's one of the best out there. Duke, for a lot of people out there, 2021 was a hard year because, the COVID virus areas were still locked down, couldn't get into nature parks. Whether we agree with it or not, I mean, that's a different argument whatsoever. I know your feelings about it. I know my feelings about it, and many of your panelists' feelings about it. But I mean, was it a difficult year, 2021, for looking into the world of Sasquatch?
For me personally, it wasn't, because even during the height of the lockdown, they were telling everybody, if you're going stir crazy and you're stuck in your house, go play in the national forest. And guess what's surrounding me in every direction? Mountain ranges with national forest. So they're like basically encouraging us to go out and do Bigfoot research. In other states, they didn't have that kind of option. There were places where you weren't supposed to go out in the woods and give something to the squirrels or whatever. I don't know what the rationale for that was, but yeah. And there, the travel restrictions were a problem, because some people wanted to go to another state, do something there or whatever. And then, the state's locked down. You can't get there, right? So there was some of that going on. For me, it was a spectacularly successful year. I had a lot more activity than I usually get in my area, and huge bonus points. As far as I'm concerned, one of the guys on this panel got to actually come up here and do a little outing with me and camp out in the woods and almost froze to death, which usually happens on my outings, even for us that are used to it. But poor William, he's from down there in the south, so he ain't used to freezing, so he really had trouble with it. Yeah, there was a lot more actual evidence of Bigfoot comes out than people know. And because a lot of it is being turned up by small researchers on small channels that are not getting any kind of push, and nobody knows about them, so you don't get to see it. And if you're one of the really hardcore researchers, especially on like YouTube and other places on the internet where they're posting this stuff, my God, it's popping up constantly. You get 3 or 4 decent pictures of Bigfoot practically every day that, are like real, not fake ones. So there's a lot more people that are actually out there doing something than what is commonly thought. There's this big filter that stops it from getting for the mainstream media. So unless you're willing to actually get out there and dig for yourself, you're probably not going to find out about it. I think Blayne could talk about that a little bit, because he's actually celebrating 10 years on YouTube right now, and he's had to deal with this for a long time. What's your outlook on that, Blayne?
Well, I've seen YouTube, and like when I started just talking about Bigfoot, you'd get 1,000 views a day, and they've switched up the algorithms. We all know that the story guys get lots of views, which is fine. It's kind of a full circle where we've gone from witness to evidence, documentary kind of shows, and then swing to the stories. And that's where now I'm just gonna split back around, I guess. But yeah, I've seen a lot of changes. A lot of people come and go on YouTube. It's pretty hard. I mean, it's can be a very toxic topic to get yourself in the middle of. And then, if you're sharing personal things about yourself or your experiences, and we all know how bad the community can be if certain elements are allowed to get away with doing whatever. But yeah, I just keep talking. I'm doing this just mostly for the equipment and stuff, but I share this experience because I wasn't aware that there was Sasquatch in Ontario. I still get that today. Like when people see my hats and think about like, out in the mountains. I'm like, no, I went half an hour ago, an hour outside the city or whatever, and it's still a shock to people. But yeah, so it's kind of an awareness thing for me. And there's not a lot of support for it up here. It's kind of underground. But still, that's not why I didn't be on camera or anything. But yeah, it's been 10 plus years, over 10 years on social media, but just a little bit over 10 years on YouTube, and yeah, a lot of changes. How about you guys?
Why don't you take it, Nate? What have you seen in the last couple of years?
Well, this year was tough for us, not because of the pandemic, but because of other things. We moved, we sold a house and moved to a new place, a new property, and everyone knows how moving goes. And honestly, we didn't get out probably, 2 or 3 times this year. Couple good trips, but we had a lot of fires again, and just didn't get out. So it was kind of a slow year for us, but I do have a couple great reports to share with you guys in the audience. And also, let me say, appreciate you guys having me here with all of you. It's such a great group. Dave, it's always an honor to be here on your show, and I'm very humbled that I was invited to be part of this panel. But yeah, it's we had a couple good trips, but we really didn't get out a lot. Yeah, I don't have a lot to report as far as any new stuff that we came across. But like I said, I do have some really good reports to I have a real humdinger for you guys here as we go. I got permission to share tonight, so I think your audience will enjoy that one.
Right on.
I want to bring
William?
in Robert. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Duke. Go ahead.
Go ahead, William. You take it.
Okay. Thank you, guys. Thank y'all for letting me be here with y'all. This is really an all-star group that I have listened to all of y'all, and I appreciate this so much to be with you. Again, your honesty, not to try to promote yourselves, but trying to promote the creature, and that's kind of what we're all about, and that's what's going to help this out. I really appreciate that. This year for me has been kind of it started out like gangbusters. I started out there, I was nursing an infection from last year. And so one of the first time we went out, my partner, Stephen Hill, was listening a while ago, a very, very fine researcher. Hopefully it's a man that you're going to get to all meet pretty soon. But first time we went out, we hear a big scream. I carry down there 8 cameras. Of those 8 cameras, all of a sudden 5 just go kaput. So I keep a lot of batteries in my vehicle. So I go back to my vehicle. Each of these darn cameras takes 8 batteries. So I go back, I set all these other 5 cameras up. Reset them up. I go back down there to the same place where we had the screen, left Stephen down there, come back, 3 more of the cameras of the 5 that I got and go back out. I go back to the truck. I get them and I set them back up. Finally, after we get that done, we get the camera set up. So we're sitting there. We didn't get to go very much there for the next few weeks. Well, the first time we go, man, it starts out like crazy. We're there late in the afternoon, and we have a milk run in the way that we do our cameras as far as for checking the SD cards and stuff. But we went around backwards this time, and I think if the creatures knew we were there, it screwed them up, because all of a sudden, about probably looks like maybe a little bit right after 6 o'clock, right before it gets dark, we start having creatures walking up on us, and we're anywhere from, I'm gonna say 80 to 100 yards away. But you see, and there's actually a few dogmen in there. For people who don't believe in dogmen, yes, they're real. Yes. And I did not want to acknowledge that creature for a long time because, well, number one, for my wife and family, because they say it's hard enough to sit there and to promote Bigfoot and to have people believe that you're actually telling the truth. But we actually saw these, and Stephen took his phone. He stopped me. He said, "Hey, man, wait, look over there," and there they come. So he actually gets a couple of good pictures. Mixed in with this group of dog men is about 6 different Bigfoot that are walking up the hill. One drops down instantly. We never see him again, but then we see several more that pop up there. So that was in February. So that was really one of those things that we were really excited about. It started the year off real good. Then we came back and we would find tracks. We find a lot of tracks. Our area really has a lot of animals up there. It's just getting to the sightings. But the next time we come up there is about March 24th or 25th. And me and Steve are going to meet on a Saturday. And so when we get up there, Stephen has to work sometimes on Saturday. So we're a little bit late. He's a little bit late getting there. So I just kind of was easing along. The wind was blowing to my favor. I wasn't going very fast. I was looking for tracks there in one of the places that we have there on some of these little mud bogs on the side. And so I wasn't putting out any noise. I wasn't putting out any dust. And so I have one place there where we parked. There, if y'all have seen any of my stuff, you'll see a mama walking by with a baby on her left shoulder. But we generally find tracks in there quite a bit. So I just parked in the road, didn't shut my door, and walked over there to look to see. When I did, there's a little rise in a berm right there. I went and stood on that berm and looked down at the bottom of the hill. And there's two twins about 7 foot walking down the edge of the track. So I'm just flipped out. I'm like, oh my gosh. And I thought, man, I wish Stephen was here. So anyway, I get probably a good 7 to 8 minute viewing of these two twins. I mean, big twins. And they're sitting there interacting with each other. One of them actually takes his hand and kind of pushes the other one. He walks towards the middle of the field a little bit, comes back. They look at each other. They walk towards another tree, then they come back. So it was really great to see that. So when Stephen gets there, I'm still waiting. They hear Stephen's truck coming. They walk off into the woods, and I'm smiling, man, like the Cheshire Cat. And Stephen goes, oh, no. And I said, oh, yeah. And because we had missed one 2 years ago on February 9th, having to work. So I'm trying to talk him into quitting his job. But so we get up there, and sure enough, there when Stephen gets there, and I tell him what's happened. Well, we go down, and man, he's just blown away. Of course, he's happy for me, but still wish he would have been there. Well, we run the cameras. Before we're ever back to our vehicle, I have one camera out there that sends me a signal to my phone. This phone starts going off. So I know this probably the same, at least I'm hoping it's the same Bigfoot that we've got down there. We get to our truck and I start looking. I can check it over the internet, and sure enough, there's one over there that's eating a Snickers bar. He's down on all fours, and he's looking directly towards the camera to the side. You can see the one hand there, and you can actually see his leg bent like this right here, where he has leg, and you can see the foot, and you can see the foot length on this Bigfoot. He's looking not very big. He's probably about 5 foot, but even then, he has still got some big, big feet. And so we finally get to check we lose the signal. I get to check the signal when we get home, and then we've got the two big twins walking up the hill, and 3 more standing there and another. So that was great. So we thought, man, this is going to just be wonderful. It's just, and it can't get any better. Well, the next month, Stephen starts going up there. We have a camera set up there on a hill, and we hide them inside the brush piles that we have right there. Other than that, we don't tie him down, but we hide him. All of a sudden, when he walks by, you've got his picture. Well, Stephen calls me. He said, man, your camera's been turned upside down, which they do whenever you get their picture. They get kind of irritated with you. So I said, man, go ahead and set it back up, because Stephen lives close to our area. He's able to check at that time a whole lot more than I am. So for about 4 or 5 days in a row, this thing turns the camera over. The last time, it's torn up. Stephen calls me and said, what do you want to do? I said, just put it up there as a decoy. So we do. I go back, me and him meet the next day. We pick up the camera. The camera's destroyed. All the glass in it is broken where it has the lenses. The plastic case is bitten into. There's probably 100 different teeth marks on there. The battery case latch is snapped in two. And so we take it home there. Of course, the camera is inoperable. But if you what we do, we put spy cameras on the other cameras. If there's one camera there, you can bet there's another camera watching it. So we take that camera and go home and put the SD card in. And sure enough, we've got one there that's probably about 10 feet tall, just walking up. And there's 3 more in a bush right there next to it. That should be on Duke's show, I think. I'm not sure which one, but I think I sent that to him. So anyway, man, everything is going along good. I go out the 25th of May down here to Texarkana to a place called Mercer Bayou. And Mercer is world famous for Bigfoot sightings. It's actually one place where I actually got my start in seeing these creatures down there and around Sulphur River. So I'm down there shooting a video to send to Duke. And whenever I'm there, I'm in the parking lot where I actually have my second sighting, and I'm talking about that sighting. All of a sudden, I hear something knocks at me. So I'm still holding my camera up like this right here, and I'm turning my head, and I'm trying to find this Bigfoot. And I can't see. So anyway, I just kind of cut the video short, come back, and when I do, there's 3 that are running across this green grass that they have just cut. So I'm able to get 3 of the crappiest pictures you've ever seen. But I'm as proud of those pictures as any I've ever seen. I actually had our friend Eric Johnson blow them up a little bit for what he could, and they look pretty good. You can see it's creatures out there. Then all of a sudden, I get to where things get kind of slow. I get kind of down there with that infection again. I finally get to go visit with Duke there in Montana. I'm all excited. We have a great time. He's going to tell you all about that right there. But on the way back, we ended up getting COVID. And so that, and then one of my friends had come down. He didn't get to stay the whole deal, had to go back home from COVID. My wife got COVID. My son got COVID. And so that was kind of crappy the way that went. So I'm just now starting to get back out. I went out on Halloween night and talked to a lady who was having Bigfoot run across our front yard. She invited me to come down. So she's having Bigfoot run across her front yard. She and I go down, and we find a gas line there, just not a very wide gas line, but on that gas line, there's several tracks. We find a few tree structures and stuff, not quite as much, but we didn't have much time to look. But she's given me the invite to come to her home at any time. She has just bought a travel trailer that she's parked in front of her yard. So I'm going to try one night to go in there and spend the night in that travel trailer and see if I can't have something come up and just bang on the side. The exciting thing, I have a friend there, a lady from around Shreveport, Louisiana. She just sent me some pictures yesterday, and she has what looks to be a adult Bigfoot in her front yard, but then she also has some tracks right there in a field there that they're doing a track home that they're clearing. So I'm very excited to go check that out, and I'm expecting big things. I haven't got to go out very much yet, but I'm going to get started here at the first of the year. And man, like I said, I'm just really, really excited about it. And like I said, having good partners, again, please let me give my partners credit, the ones that I go out researching with, even including my wife, who helps me a whole lot there. And again, Stephen, Randy Crawford, Shannon Cruz, and my son Reese. I have just a great group of guys that help me out, and like I said, my wife as well. And man, that makes it a whole easy. And people like y'all who are actually trying to spread information instead of just hide it and think you're going to get the $1 million question. Spread information, show us your videos, see things, and if you can pick up even one tip that helps you have another sighting, and if I can give somebody a tip that helps them have, then that's the thing that we want to do there. So again, I'm appreciative again to you, Dave, for having me again on your show. I'm appreciative of these people that we've got right here.
Love you, man.
That I'm man, you too, brother, that I'm talking, that are right here, and I'm honored to be in this group of people, and the roll call that you made, man, like I said, those are some serious people right there about squatching, and I'm appreciative to get to talk to them too, and thankful for them being here as well.
Well, we appreciate you. We got 2.5 minutes before we have to go to break here at the bottom of the hour. Super Duke, you're in control of this one, man.
Well, I can fill up that 2.5 minutes, and this is kind of important because it's something William touched on that gets mentioned obliquely in the community occasionally. And everybody that always has a King Kong versus Godzilla mentality thinks this is the coolest thing ever. Dogman versus Bigfoot. If they battled, who would win? Well, the fact is they actually pretty much get along with each other. In areas where there's Sasquatch populations, if the Dogman doesn't get along with them, they're not going to be there. And I also filmed one with a group of Sasquatch this summer. Robert Boston, Bigfoot in Germany, was just doing a breakdown on it for me about a week ago. And he said he got PTSD just from watching it. Because, yeah, I was literally surrounded with Sasquatch, and there was a Dogman in there, too. So they do hang around together in groups. You know, there will be, like, you know, if there's a big group of Sasquatch and the Dogman has got a good attitude, there could be a Dogman hanging around with them. Mm-hmm. So, you know,
I want that
interbreed.
Well, I'm not saying that they wouldn't fight, because we do have reports of that happening when there's a Dogman with a disagreeable attitude and the local Sasquatch don't like him. Yeah, there's going to be a fight breaking out.
Oh man, you're breaking my heart here. I want to see this pay-per-view. I'm willing to put $50 on my television for that. All right, I'm still taking Sasquatch over that. You know, Dogman will fight dirty, but Sasquatch has the raw power, man. Raw power.
Well, just to make it a little bit better, even though there may not be a whole lot of Sasquatch versus Dogman fighting going on, the Sasquatch do have wars with the Gugwe. As a matter of fact, according to the natives, they chased them completely out of the Rocky Mountains. And that'd be a way more epic fight anyway. So there's your King Kong versus Godzilla matchup.
Still want to see it, man. I want to just, it's just oozing in my blood to have this happen, man. Oozing in my blood to have this happen.
Who's going to ref that match, though? Dave, we need you to ref that match.
I will totally ref that match, you know, and I know I'm going to get injured. I know I'm going to bleed, but I'm very much okay with that. We have an incredible panel tonight on Spaced Out Radio. It's a 2021 year in review in the world of Sasquatch. Senator Duke Sullivan has brought together some friends, Robert Boston, Nate Rudd, William Lunsford, Robin McCray, and Blayne Tyler, to hang out tonight and share some of their greatest encounters of the past year. When we come back, more stories of Sasquatch from this fantastic panel. I don't think you'll see a better panel out there on this mighty creature than what we have tonight on Spaced Out Radio. And you're lucky to listen. We're lucky to have you and the panel here for Sasquatch Talk all night long. Spaced Out Radio continues right after this. All right, we're clear.
Quick sig time for me. Blayne, you guys, I don't know if can anybody hear Blayne very clear? Because he just sounded terrible to me when he was on.
Yeah, I'm going to pop out and come back in and see if I can get mine to clear up because it was so staticky. It was like really breaking up.
You sound good.
Yeah, yours is better now.
Blayne was breaking bad though. Yes.
I'm going to pop. Let me go out and come back in to see if I can hear you guys any better. So let me back in.
Okay, I'm going to pop out and have a sig. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Please let me back.
Yeah, that's the audio I got too from you guys. It's all like broken up a little bit.
Yeah, I'm going to try it and see if I can seem to get this to. I've tried 2 other devices because something's messing. This has been the last 3 podcasts that I've done. This has happened. So I'm going to pop out and then I'll be back in.
You're sounding real good.
Yeah, I just can't hear anybody else well. I'll be right back.
Wow. Amazing super chats tonight, guys. Thank you so much. Just give me 1 second, guys. I want to say a big thank you so far to Tater Peel, Lavira, Glenn, John McEnroe, Spooky, Fapster, Simon, and Double Tim for the amazing super chats tonight. Thank you so much for your love and support of Spaced Out Radio. Really do appreciate it. It's a wonderful way to support what we do on a nightly basis. So thank you so much, and Merry Christmas to each and every one of you. And Robin, we got you back. Try flipping the other way because you're sideways.
Yeah, I'm trying to. That's what I'm trying to get it to do so I can see better, but it won't do it. I give up.
Sideways.
I tried to go sideways, but oh well.
Nonetheless, you look beautiful.
Ah, you're so sweet. Thanks.
All right. I'm just
they're running around the backyard like just acting like hooligans back there tonight. I don't know what's going on.
I want to ask you guys because we got a couple minutes here. My 2 areas that I was seeing Sasquatch in and starting to build around, I got to find brand new areas now because of the forest fires that were here. Like literally one of the in my oldest gifting site that I have, literally they logged right to 8 feet from it. They cut a safety line on the logging road from the forest fires, and they logged it to 8 feet from my site. And I think it was because of my site that they stopped.
Mm.
So now, and my other area was completely surrounded by fire. So now I got to find a brand new area, and I have no clue on what I'm doing, guys. No clue.
Robin, tell them where they are.
You just need to tell me where you're at because I don't know where your location is, and show me a map, and I'll tell you where to go.
All right.
It's not that hard. You just look at the map and then you zero in on the energy and follow the energy trail.
See, normally I can do that. I can pick up the energy, Robin. That's not an issue. The issue is I just cannot seem to find a place to, a comfortable place to settle down and say, okay, this is my area.
Well, you know what I always tell everybody is, find your place where you're comfortable, not them, but you are. Have a bonfire, cook some food on top of it, laugh your butt off because they come in when they hear the laughter because it's a higher vibration and they come in for the energy. And then it's easier if they come to you. When you go out looking for them, you're just chasing everybody around in a circle.
Yep.
And they seem to respond better if they think they're calling all the shots. So if they come into you, they're happier little campers.
Oh, it works for me. Look at the way we do it.
They love you up there. That's
we just sit there. Well, that's why they love us, though, because we sit there for like hours until 2-3 o'clock in the morning telling stupid stories and jokes. So we're very entertaining.
Yeah.
And when William was up there, they were very insistent on letting us know they were there. We had 3 of them across the river behind us making a racket, and at least 2 across the road in front of us making a racket, all at the same time. They wouldn't stop until I turned around and went, "Hey guys!" Then it was all cool.
I don't know, but we're going to have a throwdown at my house if they don't quit letting the pigs out of the pen because I've about had it. Every day for you laugh your butt off all the crap that goes on here, and he just laughs at me. No, I mean the pigs go out in this huge kennel, like a dog kennel. So the handle for it is literally 4 feet above their flipping heads. They cannot get up there to unlock it. And every time I turn around, the gate's been unlocked and they're running wild. And I'm like, usually they just stay right there. If they get out of the backyard, I've only had one that ever really went in the woods, and they sent his little piggy butt back home. But
well, yeah, they heard some of your animals back home. For folks, okay.
One sec, Duke. Thank you also to Jim Bob. Here we go with the second half hour of Spaced Out Radio. Jim Bob, thanks for the super chat. Appreciate that. Second half hour of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We really do appreciate hanging on out with you, talking Sasquatch all night long. I want to remind you that if you've missed portions of this show or others, check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rocking out to Bumblefoot, reading Shirky Poo's Newswire. Check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and now on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. I'm going to throw a little shot at one of my Bigfoot friends, little Marky Spender, sitting in his hot tub right now, listening to the show, all relaxed, waiting for Sasquatch to come through the trees. I hate to tell him that Sasquatch is in the hot tub right now. It's a bald Sasquatch, but Sasquatch is in the hot tub right now. So, continuing on here, Super Duke, for Duke Sullivan from World Bigfoot Radio, has brought together an impressive panel tonight talking about the legend of Bigfoot. Is it a legend? Is it a real creature? Where does it come from? Where does it go? Where do you come from, Cotton Eye Joe? You remember the 90s song. We all danced to it. Tonight, Duke Sullivan brings in Robert Boston, Nate Rudd, Williams Lunsford, Blayne Tyler, and Robin McCray. And Duke, take it away, man.
Thanks, brother. Pleasure to be here. Glad to be able to bring this illustrious panel to you and everyone else out there in Spaced Out Radio land. And let's get next to one of the people, the only person on the panel that hasn't actually been on here before, which is my buddy Robert Boston. And a little backstory on him now. He just survived a couple years of really bad health problems, so he hasn't been out in the field too much recently. But he has been, paying attention to what's going on in the, rest of the Bigfoot community that he's been paying any attention to. And the reason he's on the panel is he and Robin are the two people here that really have a lot of experience with the woo-woo aspect of it. Robert was actually documenting it, and he was doing Bigfoot research over in Germany. And I recently had him on my show as Bigfoot Flesh and Blood or Paranormal, and of course we decided it's both. And we showed the video and pictures and all the evidence to prove it. We're talking about this isn't just, we seen it do that. No, we got the video. Go look at the show. And the other person on here that knows all about this is Robin, of course, who has psychic abilities and has been mind speaking with him since she was a little girl. And first off, I'd like to start out with, since Robin's been on before, let's go to Mr. Bigfoot in Germany, Robert Boston. What was it like doing the research over there? I know you kind of thought you had hung it up when you moved over to Germany, and then you started seeing tree structures and went, what the hell? There's Bigfoot over here too?
Yeah, that's exactly it, because we never hear about any reports or anything that come out of Western Europe. Of course, Eastern Europe is full of stories, Russia and so forth. But when I got over there, I literally thought that my Bigfooting days were over. My wife and I was walking through the woods around this little lake, and we sat down to take a break. And I pulled out my phone to do a spacey, and there was a big X structure behind us. And I completely had missed that when we went to sit down on the bench. And I went, whoa, and snapped around and looked, and I'm like, oh my goodness. So I don't know if it's because the gun laws are so extreme over there, or what, but the interactions that you have between Sasquatch and people is a lot calmer than it is over here. Nobody's ever shooting at them. It just isn't something that happens. Nobody's out there walking around, packing iron on their hip or anything.
Well, they're not even out there walking around like you brought up before.
Well,
The
that's true.
locals, they're very programmed to stay on the trails. They don't go off the trails and wander around and potentially find tracks or structures or anything.
Absolutely. And since I have 4x4, I was the only one that was out there walking in the weeds. But yeah, that's very, very true. They confine themselves to the trails for whatever reason. It's just the way it is. But there's a lot of things out there in the woods besides just Bigfoot and Dogman. Yeah, I saw some stuff over there that I just, oh my God. There's still a few things I saw over there that still gives me nightmares.
Well, there's one of the clips we showed on the last show. You were on the Grand Council chamber where you were just trying to line up to get a picture. And here's this alien-looking thing with a robe on standing next to the tree that you notice afterwards and go, what the bleep was that?
Yeah, I didn't use the word bleep. Yeah, mantis-headed alien wearing a gray monk's robe, just leaning up against a tree, probably 25, 30 feet from me. That was quite freaky. That was that was a first for me. That was really.
Have any of you ever heard a report of little green men running around? I had met a couple of First Nations gentlemen up here in British Columbia. They were heading on home another 12 hours north of me to a place called Fort St. John. And I've actually received a Dogman report from Fort St. John. And I was talking to him about UFOs and Bigfoot and everything like that. Cause I'm the guy, I have no problem walking up to anybody and asking them, it's kind of what I do for a living. And they said, we were talking about Sasquatch. They hadn't heard of Dogman, but he goes, no, man. He goes, we got these little green men that are running around. They're about 3-4 feet tall, and they run around the forests. And I said, well, are they benevolent, malevolent? He goes, I don't know. I just don't. He goes, they freak me out. I don't want to see them. I don't want to see them. And I said, well, are they like the little people? And he's like, no, this is something completely different. Have anybody ever heard of the little green men?
Yes, I saw them in Germany.
Really?
Yes, and they have a tendency to kind of track along with the old legends of leprechauns. They literally do.
Robin?
Yeah, I've had different people that have encountered them. I have a picture. It's not a great picture. I'll say it's a decent picture. That's as far as I'll go with it. And there was one at the back of my property standing back there, and it was really weird because it had this little tiny creature with the look that reminded you of like a pet dog or something, only he was tiny. And he's just standing back there. I haven't seen where they've hurt people, but I do know they I don't even want to say that it's pranks that they pull, but they can be quite characters.
All right, I have a couple questions coming in from our audience here. This one from Bim Jim, and anybody feel free to answer. What happens if you go in bare? Like, say you're just in a pair of shorts and a T-shirt. Is there real danger? Never mind the other animals that are out there, but is there real danger in tracking Sasquatch without being prepared?
I used to all the time.
I was always out. Okay, you guys, I went out in the woods in the middle of the night and sat with them in my pajamas and slippers. So I really don't think that they're going to care if you're with your shorts. But that's just me personally.
With my team, I've noticed the less weaponry we carry, the more they are around us and the closer they are.
Yeah, I don't ever take a weapon out, but that's just me personally. I understand different people, depending the area they're in, you might have bear, mountain lion, wolves, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And the people that I work with that go into areas like that where they feel that they need a weapon for that particular reason, I always tell them, make sure that whether you're speaking in your head, whether you're verbally speaking, make sure they're aware this is not to be used on them. This is, for your own protection or whatever. And that seems to help a little bit. I just have never been one. I'm not a weapons kind of gal anyway, even if I probably should be. So I'd go out in the woods. I'd even take a flashlight.
All right. And
I didn't. I was
You're
really
nuts,
bad.
Robin.
I'm like that girl, okay? Because they would pound. Hey, they would pound on my house every night at 2:00 in the morning until I went out there. I don't recommend doing that. Everybody out there, the group that I had, that I was around at that time, I didn't have anybody to go to for answers. It was me, myself, and I, and none of the three of us really knew a whole lot other than what we experienced. And so they would pound on the side of the house until I went out with them. Okay. My kids would come in and be like, Mom, we can't sleep. We've got school the next day. Will you just go out with them? And I'm like, sure, throw me out in the dark with these things while you go back to bed. And I would literally just go out in my pajamas and my slippers, and I'd go out and I'd sit on a log, and they'd be pacing around me, and they'd talk in their language. They talk in my language, and, and it was just like party out in the woods. But I just never thought to do it. Like, of course, I'm a lot wiser now than I was then, but hopefully.
Yeah,
anyway.
now you realize that if they're beating on the house and you go out and pay attention to them, they'll keep beating on the house to get you to come out and pay attention to them.
You know what? I've tried not going out there. Now we tap. We do taps at my window, and we tap, 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 tap. And I'm like, I'm going to come out there and break a hairy little finger. Quit tapping. And it'll stop for a few minutes, and tap, 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 tap. And you'll look at the window and you just see this silhouette. It's like, good Lord. I wake Pat up now. I make him deal with it. I go back to bed.
Let's get to Pix's question. And he says, like we know E.T. is real, we know Bigfoot is real. My question is, what is the next agenda, and what should we be pushing folks to understand or work for?
Anybody want to take it?
It's really, as far as I'm concerned, and again, my opinion, it really depends on how open anybody is, because it can get really deep, like really deep. And in fact, I'm working with a couple people right now on how deep it goes besides Duke. And, if the people really want to go in that deep, then you can get into a lot of agendas out there. If not, and you got to kind of sugarcoat it, that makes it easier. This stuff can go all the way and start easy, where the Bigfoot just want to be recognized for what they actually are, and not these big monsters that people think they are, to a government agenda.
Yeah, it can be quite consuming.
Exactly. Yeah.
Consuming.
Is there a government agenda on this creature, William Lunsford?
Yes, I believe there is. It's you can't hardly get anybody on the record to say that Bigfoot is real, but then when you get them off to the side, some of them will acknowledge that they've seen some things they couldn't understand. They'll acknowledge that they've had people tell them things and about these creatures and everything like that. But I truly believe there is, because there's been too many sightings of credible people that go to, and too many things where all of a sudden it's all being denied, it's all being covered up, and then pretty soon somebody's going to get hurt by one of these creatures, whether it's a gugway or one that's actually has been irritated by somebody who's carrying around the pistol trying to shoot at them, and then it's going to be a bad scenario. So I think I have a friend who actually he lived down real close to Fort Polk, Louisiana. They knocked on his door one night, and they said, "Are you experiencing anything strange around here?" Whoa. And he goes, "Well, like what?" And they said, "Well, just anything strange." He said, "You mean like these Bigfoot around here?" And they said, "Well," and they would not answer. And he said, "Well, I'm not going to tell you whether I am or not." He said, "If you ain't got enough courtesy to tell me the truth about what you're doing." He said, "No, I'm not going to answer your question." So they gave him a card. Said, "Well, if you do start experiencing something like this, would you please contact us?" He goes, "No, I won't." He said, "I'll tell you that right now." Well, anyway, they left kind of upset with him, and then he was just as upset as what they were. But then about 2 nights later, then he gets the Apache helicopters flying across his land, and then he starts hearing the ARs going off and everything else like that. And he said, "Man," he said, "I know they were hunting Bigfoot." And so
I lived for years with the helicopters over my house. I couldn't go out in the woods where they didn't track me over the woods. Right. I had a friend of mine with me, and it was relentless. It was like it was ridiculous.
I have sent daggum videos to Duke here within the last 2 years here. And man, send him plenty of time, everything to get there. Now, I'm not the most computer literate person in the world. I'm not saying I am, but I've sent him, and then Duke says, "Where's your videos?" I said, "Duke, I sent those 4 days ago." And all of a sudden, they're not there. Not only are they not there for Duke, but they're gone from my phone as well. I don't know how they do it. I'm not computer, but they're gone. And I had one do like that just last week, as a matter of fact. And so that's the only thing. Either somebody has hacked me, which I can't believe that many people have that interest in Bigfoot. They want to hack you rather than learn more. But I believe it's somebody that has got me hacked into things that's coming across. Just like last year, Dave, you remember all of a sudden all three of those internets went down at 12:30 that night? How in the world did that happen? You know, I mean, I don't understand that. It had to be, if it wasn't somebody on that, not being a conspiracy theorist, but if it wasn't somebody with the government, it's one of the freakiest things I've ever seen to happen coincidentally at the same time. But I do believe there's government interference in it, just like there is in UFOs and everything else like that. So the more they can control us, the happier they are. And then I'm just, I'd rather deal with the Sasquatch. At least the Sasquatch is an honest creature. You know, you go out there with him. I mean, like I said, Sasquatch do what they're going to do. When you find somebody, or Bigfoot, whatever you want to call them, whenever you find somebody says, well, they always do this and they always do that. Well, you know, they don't know anything at all about Bigfoot or Sasquatch. And Bigfoot does what it wants to do. I've seen them come. I've got reports of them coming up in people's yard. Oh, they're just so secretive. They never do. No, most of the time they may be, but they're going to do what they want to do. They're being, I mean, they're that. We the one group that we have, me and Steven stay out there, and we've been on this group for about 4 years. And they're pretty well as far as for patternable as far as it goes. We know how they're going to act. They've never gotten aggressive with us, but every now and then we kind of get a curveball thrown to us. So I think that right there, that kind of thing that you get when somebody has one of those curveballs that's meant for somebody else and they report it, you never. They were down here not too long ago in Texarkana, probably about 3 weeks ago. Creature attacks man here on Sulphur River bottoms, and that's all you hear about it. At first, it was just a creature. Then all of a sudden, an unknown animal, and then they getting on there. Well, there is a lot of hog tracks down here, and there is bear tracks. Yes, there is. We've got all kinds of crazy animals, but that's all you hear. There hasn't been a follow-up story. I can't wait to get to one of the game wardens. I have a friend who's a game warden who I think will tell me the truth, and I can't wait to get to talk to him because I'm gonna find out the backstory on that right there. So I'll be glad to hear that when I do.
That's a great question, and let me help Dave by expanding that to other countries besides the U.S., specifically Germany, where they already admitted that Sasquatch is a real thing back in the late 60s. But what kind of resistance do you get over there trying to do Bigfoot research? Are the forest meisters going to talk to you about it?
No, they absolutely won't. In fact, a very, very dear friend of mine who lives in Austria, his grandfather was a forest meister for over 40 years. And when I first introduced, Patrick is his name, when I first brought Patrick into the fold and explained to him what I was doing over there, he started noticing some of the same things there in his area near Innsbruck. The tree structures, footprints, et cetera, and he ended up having lunch with his grandfather, who had just retired, and so he brought it up to him, and well, supposedly the tree structures are made by Boy Scouts. How many people here have heard that excuse before? Mm-hmm. They use the same one over there. When he finally told them that he had found tracks and that he had seen one of the creatures, they were actually on their way back to their house from the restaurant. His grandfather literally shut up talking for over 40 minutes in the car, just like wouldn't say a word. It's just, I mean, that had to be the most uncomfortable car ride in existence.
God, I can imagine.
But you go from, there are so many towns and businesses and everything else over there that are named after them. And the government has officially gone out not only to admit that they are real, but also to give them like endangered species protection. And yet they just won't talk about it. And I don't personally understand that, but
yeah, we need some whistleblowers to come forward, some insiders from like the Department of the Interior or the Forest Service, but it's going to have to be someone that's retired because they do threaten these guys about talking about
retirement.
Yeah. We actually ran into a Forest Service guy. It was on a trip a couple of years ago. My son, Corey, popped the question. It was kind of funny out of the blue, kind of surprised me, but he just came out and asked this Forest Service guy if he'd ever seen a Bigfoot, and his eyes kind of got big, and he said, well, as a matter of fact, I didn't see it, but my partner did, and I was right in the seat next to him in the car. And he proceeded to tell us the story of they were going down this gated road where it was a locked gate, so they only had access to it, doing whatever they do back there. And all of a sudden, the guy that was driving the car was the guy that saw it, hit the brakes real hard. And this guy Corey was talking to, and by the way, he said he never told the story till the guy retired, because his partner said, you better not ever tell anybody about this, because he was worried about it. And basically this guy saw one cross the little road right in front of him real quick and go into the bush to the left. And by the time the other guy was doing paperwork in the other seat, and he looked up, and it was already, he could see the bushes moving, but it was out of sight. But it was kind of cool to actually hear that story from, this Forest Service guy was actually willing to talk about it. So,
think about the Paul Freeman story, all the stuff that Paul Freeman went through. He was a Forest Service guy and working there, and he started talking, and they harassed him until he finally, everything he said, they discounted or wouldn't let him tell. He finally couldn't bring everything to light until after he retired. But go ahead.
I'm sorry. Have you guys, I know I've experienced this. I'm just curious about you guys. Have you experienced it yet where they have government personnel, they intricate themselves into your life, and then you find out later on, they try to be your buddy, be your friend or whatever, and then you find out that it's government? I mean, I've actually had that happen to me. That's why I'm being serious. It was ridiculous.
Not that I know of. I will say this for our area law enforcement, they've been pretty good with me as far as for telling me the truth. I even asked one of the deputy sheriffs, and I asked one of the game wardens, I said, hey, where are you getting all your Bigfoot sightings around here? They told me verbatim. And of course, it was a place that I used to deliver to on my UPS route. But still, the fact that they told me the truth on there, I knew they weren't lying. And they were kind of open. And I showed one of them a picture of what I have. He goes, oh my gosh, now I've got to change the way I do things at night. I said, well, good. That's what you need to do. Now start doing, change the way you do things in the daytime. And we had a big laugh and went on from there. But.
See, this person actually approached two of my children. And we lived probably 3 miles outside of town. And my kids had wanted to, after school, just walk into the party store in town, and I was going to go pick them up. They're walking down the road, and this person had a house right in town. They approached my kids and just started talking to them and offered them a job mowing lawns for them. And so my kids called me, and they're like, Mom, this person said they would hire me to mow their lawns. And they're all excited, of course, because they're kids. So I drive up there, and I think the kids ended up mowing the lawn one time. But the thing was, he offered me a job. And I said, you don't even know me. I'm not even looking for a job. This was years ago. I said, why would you even want to hire me? Well, I just need somebody. I'm turning this into a bed and breakfast, this house here, and you can come in. I'm like, okay, this will be great extra money. So I go in to do it. The first day I'm there, and he looks at me and he says, so did you just see your friend run by outside? I said, excuse me? He says, well, there was a Bigfoot out there, right? And I'm looking at him like I couldn't even know what he was talking about. So I blew it off. So then 3 weeks later, we had went to buy TVs for all the rooms, and we're driving down the road, and he brought up the government. And I said, listen, I don't want to talk to you about the government. I don't consider them buddies or friends. I said, I've been hunted like a dog with helicopters. I've had men in black, follow me all around. I've had death threats. I didn't want to talk about it. He looks at me, and he takes open his wallet, opens up and sets it down, and he's the CIA.
Wonderful.
Wow. On that note, that's a good place to end this half hour here on Spaced Out Radio. And we have a wonderful panel talking Sasquatch all night long and research in 2021 here of the legendary creature in North America and around the world. From the United States, we have Santa Duke Sullivan, William Lunsford, Nathan Rudd, Robin McCray, us good Canadian kids, Blayne Tyler, and myself. And over in Germany, we have Robert Boston with a fantastic beard. We like a good beard, right? That's for me.
I've got the
Sasquatch Talk continues on Spaced Out Radio when we return for hour number 2. So sit back, relax, chill out, and get ready for some wonderful woo as we turn the corner here on the show. And we're clear.
Sweet. Can we hear?
Uh,
Can we get Blayne to chime in on this same issue in Canada? Have you got? Can we hear you, Blayne? Or
Yeah, I was just wondering how my audio was. I don't want to mess up the show with the audio, but can you? I mean, your audio is kind of from you guys is broken up coming my way. So if it's my audio, then it's got to be an internet thing.
Yeah, it's got to be because you sound like an underwater robot.
Yeah, that's what you guys all sound like.
Really?
I'm trying to add a lot of support, nodding my head, drinking my coffee,
You look good. You look good.
Yeah, I've had actually, I guess because it's kind of underground here, I actually get tips from the police of like sightings. It's usually on a reservation or something. But I don't get, you don't get, I guess, harassed like maybe in the States. I've had guys buzz me and stuff like that, but that was just like a guy with his own private helicopter. I mean, over in Germany, I don't know what's going on there. Probably they just automatic with being open about it. Yeah, I've had issues like that. Maybe if we get around the most recent thing for me, I think it fell off. Crashing down on our roof's metal. I mean that's just a cool message. So that's kind of activity we get here, but I don't encourage. I think it's here and really but being eyes in the window or taps in the window or punches. Right, I've had him smack the house right behind me while I'm in here doing some Bigfoot stuff. So, but, yeah.
Can anybody else hear him?
No, he's breaking up real bad.
Yeah, okay. All right. I was hoping that was just me.
Mm-mm. No, it's pretty bad.
Yeah. Shame too, because I've seen some of your videos, and they are awesome. Up close and personal.
Yeah. Last one I posted, when the camera was off, I had one break. I had a branch breaking across the old area, and then I had wood blocks. Then I didn't go over there and see if they do anything else. But yeah, they get all around me sometimes, and like my whole point of most camera and stuff. For playful stuff, like I had to bump in on the trails.
I wonder if you turned off video, if it would get clearer audio. Less bandwidth being used.
Yeah, sometimes it doesn't help.
Yeah.
Well, want me to stop the camera here?
Give that a shot while we're on a commercial.
All right.
Blake, try turning off your camera. That might kill. That might help.
What a great idea.
Yeah, right.
My tech guy messaged me. If you guys just said that, I apologize.
We were literally just saying that.
Okay, all right. So, is my audio better?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, We're internet's up here.
Damn. Too bad.
You know, the lines build. They'll getting 55%. So, yeah, I don't know.
We got 1 minute, guys.
That didn't know if it turned off.
Well, I know that I had I actually bought my son's drum set off of one of the forestry officers here, and I asked him point blank about Sasquatch, and he hasn't seen anything, so he said, but we're good friends now. And my neighbor across the street from me here, he's also a forestry officer, and he keeps his eyes open for me as well. So we're looking. We are looking. We got about 30 seconds, guys. I'm just going to say a quick thank you to Tater Times 2, Lavira, Glenn, Spooky, Fab, Simon, Tim, Jim, Bob, Gary, Willie, Nick, Jeffrey, and Chad for the amazing super chats. It's a wonderful Merry Christmas from all of you guys to Spaced Out Radio. Thank you so much for the love and support. Really do appreciate it. The super chat is a great way to support what we do. Here we go with hour number 2, everyone. And here we go.
You're listening to Spaced Out Radio with Dave Scott. Follow Dave on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Facebook, Spaced Out Radio Show.
Here we go with hour number 2 of Spaced Out Radio tonight. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We really do appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Hello to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on TalkStream Live, Revolution Radio, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Go to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Just do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Ignivomus. Ignivomus is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the Clam sets a password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot, reading Shirky Poo's Newswire. Check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and now on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. 2021, a year of the Sasquatch. We are breaking it all down as we got a great panel set up by Duke Sullivan from World Bigfoot Radio on YouTube. Make sure you hit subscribe on his channel if you're on YouTube cruising around. Really, really good information we got there. Our panel tonight, Robin McCray, William Lunsford, Blayne Tyler, Nate Rudd, and Robert Boston. And I want to say thank you so much for participating in this show tonight, everyone.
Thanks, Dave. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thanks for having us here.
It's an honor.
Absolutely. Go ahead, Robin.
Oh, I just wanted to say, first of all, before I get sidetracked again, I wish all you guys a Merry Christmas. I really do. And it is really an honor. I respect you guys so much for the work that you do and what you guys bring to the table. Like, it's going to take everybody together to even somewhat learn about these things. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Merry Christmas. Thanks, Robin.
Thank you.
Well, we definitely say Merry Christmas back to you. 2021, everyone, was, a very hard year for a lot of people and investigators because, as we said earlier, because of what's going on in the world. But for a number of people, they were able to get a few more sightings. The forests weren't as jam-packed, not as many hunters around, not as many campers around, people really getting out into the areas where they've always wanted to get. Super Duke, this is your show tonight. You've put this together. Did you notice a lot more frequent sightings in certain areas that maybe weren't as busy with Sasquatch activity as previous?
Well, that's a good question. Well, locally here in Montana, there didn't seem to be any shortage of sightings, and I'm not sure exactly what to attribute that to. even during the height of the lockdown and stuff, we had actually probably more locals in the woods than we usually do. So this has been going, for 2 years now. Man, that's a tough one. I'd say there's probably been there's been an uptick in sightings, but it's hard to say that correlates to the other situation going on there. There's just been a general uptick in sightings, and I think most of you guys could agree pretty much everywhere that people are doing Bigfoot researchers over the last 10, 12, 15 years. There's just more activity. There's more of them around. Maybe they're, getting closer to us, whatever. There's certain of us that they trust enough to get close to. I don't know. But I've noticed a general uptick in activity even during the whole lockdown thing. And part of it could be because, that was going on in certain states. There was nobody in the woods. And, they're pretty observant, and it wouldn't take them very long to figure that out. Hey, where are all the humans that are usually wandering around? We're running the show now. Yay, no humans to spot us. We can get all kinds of sloppy for a while.
Well, the reason why I asked that is I live in a forested community. Okay. And when we were first locked down, what we noticed was all of a sudden the amount of wild animal activity in our area. And it just wasn't us. It was our neighbors. It was everybody noticing. So, I mean, look, it's different. Like my area had some major fires during the summer. That's obviously going to spur activity to move them out of a different area. But, let's start with forest fires here, because forest fires are a big mover and shaker to the environment. And Nate, I know you battled some forest fires, not you personally, but your area battled some forest fires down there. What do we see happening with forest fires when it comes to this creature? What happens? What's our theories?
That's a good question, Dave. I know these things can cover a lot of ground really fast, and I don't think they have any trouble outrunning a fire. It obviously displaces a lot of animals, and it would also do the same for Sasquatch. They just they can cover ground so fast. So, I think they can get away from them for the most part. But I'm sure if they have an area burn like where you're talking about up where you're at, Dave, I mean, they may leave the area and move on. If everything's burnt, they've still got to hunt for food and do all the things that they do. So, I think it greatly affects them, and it affects us. Like I said earlier, we have this great spot in the North Fork of the Clearwater over past where Duke is there. And, or actually before, closer to my side, but it's just a great area. We take a trip there every year, but there was a big fire up there at Fish Lake, and we just couldn't get up there. It was too smoky. It was too close, too dangerous, really hard to get in there, and only a couple ways in and out. So you can't risk that getting caught in there, and you don't have cell service, and so it can be real dangerous. But as far as the Sasquatch go, yeah, I think it greatly affects them. Yeah.
Anybody else want to weigh in on forest fires?
I think we can probably go back and look on Mount St. Helens back when it erupted and look how the way it affected the creatures coming down right there. I think the big burns like that and the forest fires, I think that's going to displace the animals. To the point that, like I said, their only worry is getting blocked in like people. You don't know necessarily what roads are going to be blocked in for them and everything else, or what escape trails. Now, Stephen and I had a situation down here pretty close to like what y'all had. They came in, and Dave, and they bush hogged, and then they bulldozed, and actually on the same area we were on. I firmly believe with all my heart, and I'm telling you the truth, that we would have had video of a Sasquatch by now had they not done that. And so they pushed everything back up. They messed it up. Then they did the control burn to kind of burn off all the extra scrub and stuff like that. And it was probably a month or so before, and we were getting nothing. And finally I told Stephen, I said, I'm fixing to go in there and rebuild that to make it look like it did before we started getting those fires. So sure enough, we went in there one day, and man, I worked my butt off trying to get those logs and stuff and get the trail set up just right. It was within a week we were getting activity again like we did before. Now, whether or not it was our return that made them come back out, I don't know that right there, but I know it did affect them for that 1 month there for sure. But the good thing about a forest fire, when it gets through, the earth is kind of we hear about scorched earth, but after that, everything kind of starts to regrow. So your creatures start coming back out. So hopefully with your area, you'll have a chance there to where the creatures will come back and start spending more time in there. But I firmly do. I believe these fires, when they, we have a lot of controlled burns around here because a lot of this is government land, and in the controlled burns, we don't get nearly as many sighting reports. It's just what we do otherwise. But also one thing I find that a lot of these structures that I find that these Bigfoot build around here, at least one of the logs that they will use will be a burn log. So it's a real strange enigma as far as that goes. I don't understand it, but I think it's something that in the long run can benefit them. But man, I'm afraid of fire. That's one way of all the ways to die. I've nearly drowned before. That wasn't cool. I used to tell people if I died fishing, I died happy. That's a bunch of bull. In the same way, I do not want to burn up. That would be probably one of my greatest fears too, I imagine. So how would it affect those creatures? They're intelligent creatures. They know what fire is all about. So.
Well, unless you get a crown fire going 60, 70 miles an hour through the tops of the trees, they can outrun this stuff.
Yeah.
And they're smart. They know which direction to go.
I just want to quickly say something. I'm a little tripped out right now because as I was watching the chat room in our YouTube chat here, there was a wire that just moved on my desk. A whole round of wires, and it moved about an inch to the right, and nothing was shaking on my desk. No earthquakes, nothing. I'm a little weirded out by that right now.
Robin?
Yes.
Who moved it?
What?
Who moved the wire?
All right, let me see if he'll tell me his name. Dubah, so Dubah, I guess would be the easiest way. Light tan, 7 to 8 feet. It's an adolescent playing games.
That was weird. That's the first weird thing that's happened in my house in months. That's good.
Oh, since the last time I was on. Weirdness goes wherever I'm at.
The real weird thing that happened in my house this year was the ghost dog that was walking around looking like my black German Shepherd.
Whoa!
And I saw him 3 times, and then the 4th time, I brought my dogs inside from being outside, and I closed the door, and then like 2 seconds after I closed the door, I heard a tap on my door and then scratching like my dogs do to come inside.
Oh.
And I never opened the door.
I think that's cool. My girlfriend called me last night. She had a Pekingese that died over a year ago, and she's now got another one. But when it first died, I kept telling her every time I was over there, I'm like, I saw the dog. Like I physically saw it like darting through the house, like in a shadow form, but I knew what it was. And she kept wishing, and she'd had the dog for like 16 years. So she was like, God, I'd do anything if I could see her again. And she called me today, and she's like, okay, I lied. I saw her. I was so excited to see her again, and it scared the living crap right out of me. So
Here's how I feel about the dog stuff. Everybody says, well, dogs don't have souls or all this stuff. Man,
oh, yes, they do.
Yes, they do. You're not going to find a more religious man than I am. But I know one thing. I know that my dogs dream. And dreaming is an alternate consciousness. Why would they dream if in the alternate consciousness they didn't have souls? What would be the purpose of that? But you watch your dog, you say he's living that thing. My dogs chase rabbits, they bark at other dogs, whatever else they're dreaming about, which I think is just hilarious. Like if that wasn't so, if dreaming is an alternate consciousness, then why would they do that if they don't have the souls? There's more than that. It's not like Rover when he's dead all over. Dogs do have souls. I believe that thought in my heart. Like I said, I believe that's one of those things that that keeps me going sometimes. I've got 6 dogs here at my house right now, so I hope to see every one of them whenever when my journey here is over with.
Yeah.
All right, Duke, we got 10 minutes to go before we go to break here at the bottom of the hour. I would like to know from you and everybody else on the panel, spookiest story you heard of 2021 revolving around Sasquatch or Dogman.
Wow, there's a ton of them too. Actually, the one that kind of really shocked me was when I was doing Monsters of Hell's Canyon earlier this year. And I had two pastors on from over there in Idaho that were telling stories about what happened over the Magic Valley in their area, Devil's Canyon, and people going missing down there. And they mentioned there was an area with strange legends about it that everybody was avoiding because people would go disappearing. Their whole family disappeared in this cave, and then everybody quit going there. And the name of it is the Cave of the Whistling Bear.
Oh.
And the hair on the back of my neck stood up when I heard that one. That freaked me out a little bit. Yeah, what kind of bear's whistling, living in a cave, making people disappear?
Yeah.
Not many. Not many. How about you, Nate? Weird,
Yeah.
spooky story.
Well, maybe I'll use this opportunity to tell you guys about this report I just got. I got to give credit to Will Ulmer. Now, Will is up here near me. He's one of the researchers up here. Some of you might be familiar with him. He's also known as Grassman 58. He has Bigfoot of Stevens County. He gave me permission to tell this story. It's not an official report yet because we can't get these fellows to come forward. They don't even want to talk about it. So what had apparently happened is there's two hunters. There's actually a father and a son. This was up in northeastern Washington State. They were hunting, and they had a hunting camp. And in the middle of the night, they started hearing these really loud growls outside their tent. And the dad grabbed his rifle, his hunting rifle, exited the tent. And when he got outside the tent, this thing was standing, some distance from him, but fairly close. And he shot it. It's a little disturbing, but he shot the thing, and it screamed and crashed off. And there was blood on the tree where it was standing right behind it. Basically, we got this info from a friend of theirs that came forward and contacted Will. And Will's been trying to get a hold of these guys. They don't want to talk about it. They don't want to come forward. And that's kind of part of the problem we have a lot of times with these things. Now, this one's a pretty extreme report, obviously, but I can kind of understand why these guys might not want to come forward, maybe with the authorities and everything. I mean, who knows? But yeah, that's the story. So there was one shot up here, and this was just last month in November. This happened, and I know Will's following up on it. He's going to try to get more information. Pretty disturbing report, but these guys, the lady that came forward, believable, seems real credible. So we think it's a real deal. And the fact that these guys do not want to talk about it, they're scared. I mean, I can't imagine what they're going through, but that kind of adds more credibility. Really makes me kind of believe it even more. Mm-hmm. So yeah, that's a real recent one.
That's true.
Yeah. I can see where I would hate to ever be in that position to where you'd have to shoot one. For me, it would have to be my life's in danger. But this guy was with his son, so I could see where this man, kind of went into dad mode and is protecting his son. And I've been in that position where you're hearing growls outside your tent. It isn't fun, and I can tell you that I would do the same thing to protect my son. So.
Yep.
Were there any blood samples taken from that blood?
No, that's the thing, Dave. These guys were hunters. They're not Bigfooters, obviously. So, that probably was the last thing they'd ever think about. And by the time, I'm not even sure if Will was able to find the exact location. But like I said, he did give me permission to share this. Maybe these guys will eventually come forward and we can get an actual report out of this. That's what we're hopeful for. But at this time, these guys aren't talking. They don't want to talk about it. So that's kind of where it's at, unfortunately.
Sounds like they were probably not expecting or maybe had never.
No. I don't think they'd ever experienced anything like this. And, all of us being in this for years, I mean, I think it would be definitely a lot different for us. But, yeah, these guys, I mean, I can't. If you're not aware of Sasquatch and you're a hunter out there and this happens to you, something this intense.
That's what got me into this. It breaks your brain when you see something like that.
So I'm sure and I don't know how the guy's son was, if he was a teenager, if he was just a younger guy or what, but we'll see what happens. I think Will's going to, still try to follow up on it. And I want to thank Will for giving me permission to share that on the show here.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
One guy I'd like to bring up that consistently does great research and has been doing so for many years, and Kelly Shaw, Rocky Mountain Sasquatch Organization. Last year, he got my award for the craziest Bigfoot antics of the year, because somebody in January was down by this house in a valley. And of course, it's January in the mountains. Everything's covered with snow and ice. And they're filming this mountaintop, and they get this huge Sasquatch walking across the top of it. Well, within 24 hours, Kelly figured out just from looking at the video where exactly that was. And him and his team were there the very next day with Derek down on the ground in the same position, filming the spot, going, yeah, okay, that's it. And Kelly going, well, I'm going to climb up and look for tracks. And he's filming himself going up this ice chute. And you're like, dude, I wouldn't do that if I had an ice axe and crampons. Are you insane? You're trying to film yourself doing this too yet, And he makes it right up to the top, and he's like, oh, look, there's Sasquatch tracks here. He finds them right away.
Kelly's good.
Comparison shot for him in the same place. I got to give that guy credit for it's just like relentless. If it's anywhere near where he is, he'll be there like instantly trying to document it. And what I got to give him credit for this year is when I was up in September, and I haven't released this expedition yet, and I had William and Eric, who now says that Dave Show is his number 2 favorite show with. And we were there, and William can back me up on this. We kept hearing this weird sound all the time, and we couldn't figure out what it was. Even with all the Bigfoot experience me and William have had, neither one of us have heard this before. And it wasn't until we went down the pass about 8 miles and got down there, and the sound had followed us. And we went, okay, that's like not, trees rubbing in the wind or whatever this is. It's now on the opposite side of the river, 8 miles away, calling to us. And they kept it up the whole time. Well, Eric managed to actually get a recording of it. And as soon as he got back, he got on the internet and started looking to see if he could find a match for it. And sure enough, the very first day, Silver Creek Sasquatch, Kelly Shaw, Rocky Mountain Sasquatch. And he's doing the same thing as us. It was 2 weeks earlier, and he's over in Utah somewhere. And he's going, oh, this is Kelly Shaw, Rocky Mountain Sasquatch. We're getting this weird vocalization, and we're going to try and catch it on the microphone. And it was the exact same thing that we had recorded. And again, same weird reaction. Look at how long he's been doing this, listening to these audio recordings and trying to catch them. And he's getting the same weird vocalization over there 2 weeks earlier than we're getting over here in Montana 2 weeks later at our research area.
That happened to me this summer when Patrick and I went up on the mountain across the way from us. Stopped off at one of these old mining areas, and as soon as we got out of the truck, I started hearing this. I don't even know. It was kind of like a cross between a blue jay and a squirrel and trees rubbing together. I had never. I've been in the field for over 15 years. I have never heard a sound like that out in the woods. And the entire time that we were there, which was about an hour and a half at this old mining mill site, it was constant. What the heck is this weird sound? We got back in the truck and went further up the hill, and we had only gotten maybe 100 yards. And Patrick goes, "Oh my God, it's a Sasquatch!" And I had turned around, and sure enough, and where we saw it from where we had parked the truck was probably, I don't know, 50 yards tops. So maybe. Wow. It's interesting. There's quite a few folks getting these sounds that we've never heard before in the woods, like ever.
Yeah, it's especially weird when you got people that have been doing this for decades and have been around them for decades, listening to the weird sounds they make, and all of a sudden they're making this other weird sound that none of us has heard before.
Yeah,
and we're in a Bigfoot area, so it's probably them making it. What's going on with that?
Yeah, I didn't realize I was actually, because I'm out here in the desert in Nevada now, just pretty close to Carson City. Why would you come over here when you've got the Sierras? Just like, well, they burned this summer, but still.
Gentlemen and lady, I'm going to get you guys to hold on right there, because we are going to go to break. At the bottom of the hour, we have this incredible panel that Super Duke Sullivan from World Bigfoot Radio has put together to look at 2021, the year of investigating Sasquatch. Have we come any closer to solving this mystery and bringing this creature to light? Duke Sullivan, Robert Boston, Nate Rudd, William Lunsford, Blayne Tyler, and Robin McCray are all here talking about Sasquatch. We continue right after this. Awesome show so far, guys.
Dave,
Awesome. Yes.
before they explode my head, where have you been at where there is a rectangular shaped window behind you, or that you've been by it?
It's my studio.
Okay, well, because the one that I was talking to you about before, he keeps telling me he's watching you through this window. And like the whole entire time we're talking, he's literally like blowing up my head.
He's peeking through the top above the Canadian flag, or what the hell's he doing?
I don't know. It reminded me of like a basement window or something, but it's rectangular shaped.
Sig time. Be right back.
That's the flag.
Sorry.
Works for me. Works for me. I like that kind of woo.
He says I watch him and he never knows I'm here.
You know what's weird is I have seen literally through that flag white orbs, like somebody is shining a flashlight through the
That's
flag.
probably them.
And well, the funny part about it is one time I actually had as that was happening, it's happened a couple of times, but the one time it happened, I actually kept hearing this lady's voice that says, "You can't see me. You can't see me." And so I contacted a friend of mine, a former Marine, who's an astral traveler, and she has never been to this house where my studio is at all. And she traveled over here. She goes, "I'm picking up on a lady, and she keeps telling me, 'You can't see me. You can't see me.'"
Well, he just kept telling me. He says, I watch him, and he doesn't see me, but I watch him. But after you had mentioned the wire move, this entire time, he's literally like just been repeating over and over and over and over. And I'm like, I will tell him in a minute. No, tell him now. Tell him now. And I'm like, I will tell him in a minute. No, tell him. I watch him and he doesn't see me. And I'm like, okay. And so he's like showing me, this rectangular shaped window that reminded me just, my own thought kind of like of a basement window, but it was rectangular shaped. And he just kept going on. And I'm like, just give me a minute. Just give me a second and I'll tell him.
Oh, yeah. We've had some creepy stuff happen here. Creepy stuff.
It sounds like it.
It's, how can I put it? Weird stuff.
They had the other night, Pat and I were in our room watching TV, and it was dark out. And the Christmas lights, of course, throughout the rest of the house were on. And we have a floodlight out front. Our whole bedroom shook like an earthquake. It didn't do it anywhere else in the house, just in our room. And the floodlight outside went off. All the power went off in our bedroom. And then immediately kicked back on. And it sounded like this big bang at the same time. So I get up, and I've got my daughter and her fiance staying with us, and the grandkids are here because it's the week before Christmas. And so I get up and I'm like, okay, everybody okay? The entire house is asleep. Like nobody heard a thing. None of the lights went out. The power didn't go out anywhere else. And I go in the kitchen and, the clock on the stove, if the power went off, it goes back to 0. It wasn't reset. It was perfectly fine. The only place that did it was our room.
Awesome. We have just over a minute here, guys.
I want to tell a quick little Bigfoot story, and this is a Christmas Bigfoot story, and it's my favorite one I ever heard.
Save Save it for 1 minute. Can you hold on to that for 1 minute, Duke?
Okay, it's pretty short, but yeah, I'll save it.
Wonderful. Wonderful. I want to say a big thank you tonight to the lovely support through the super chat that we got through our audience tonight. Tater times 2, Lavira, Glenn, Spooky, Fabster, Simon in Australia, Tim, Jim Bob, Gary, Willie, Pix, Jeffrey, and Chad. The super chat is a wonderful way to support what we do here on Spaced Out Radio on a nightly basis. So thank you so much. We got 204 people watching total, 201 on YouTube. So thank you very much for the support. And if you're looking for any Spaced Out Radio swag, go to our website, spacedoutradio.com. Go to the store. We got some really cool stuff up there for you. We got to add more Bigfoot stuff here soon. That's what our next goal. But we really appreciate the love and support, everyone. So thank you so much. We're going to get going here in about 5 seconds. So panel, I'll just get you to second half of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. Thank you so much for joining us. We really do appreciate it. Want to say thank you to everyone tuning us in tonight and remind you that if you missed portions of this show or others, check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old baby the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read Shooky Poo's Newswire. Check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and now on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. From World Bigfoot Radio, Duke Sullivan has acquired a great panel tonight to talk about Sasquatch. The year of 2021, the sightings, the encounters that have happened. We got a great panel with Duke, and make sure you go to his YouTube channel, World Bigfoot Radio, and check it on out. It is great information if you ever want to learn more about Sasquatch. The panel tonight, Robert Boston, Nate Rudd, William Lunsford, Blayne Tyler, and Robin McCray. Now, Duke, you have kind of a Christmas story about Sasquatch.
Yeah, this is my favorite Sasquatch Christmas story ever, and it's the typical "'twas the night before Christmas," and this little boy who was under 10 years of age, I believe at the time, was up in his room on the second floor, and he was waiting for Santa to show up, and he was so excited he couldn't sleep, and it wasn't very windy outside or anything, but all of a sudden he started hearing jingle bells, and he thought to himself, "Oh my God, Santa's landing in the yard with his sleigh right now. I'm going to sneak downstairs and look through the big picture window and I'll see Santa." So he quietly sneaks down the stairway and he quietly treads across the floor. And, little kid trying to be quiet, pretty quiet. He gets over to the window and he pulls the drapes and he looks out in the yard. And out in the yard, he can see with the little reflection of the sky on the snow that everything out there looks pretty much the same as it usually is. As a matter of fact, they have a sleigh set up out there, full scale, and it's got jingle bells on it. But there's no Santa sleigh and there's no 8 tiny reindeer. The jingle bells that are hanging from their decorative sleigh out there is what's jingling. And what's doing it is a nice 8 or 9 foot tall Sasquatch. And every time he jingles the bells, he goes and giggles. So immediately the kid realized this ain't Santa Claus and I should be in bed, and turned around and ran up the stairs as fast as he could and hit under the covers.
No kidding. No kidding. Gentlemen, and Robin, I have had reports over the years from listeners from across North America who have had Sasquatch encounters on their property and found braiding inside their barns on their horses' manes and tails. Has this been a something that has been seen a lot in 2021?
To my contacts and the people I know, yeah, a lot. Harriet McFeely, and this we just found out. Well, she found out about it before I did. She was showing me the evidence. I spoke at a conference myself, my husband, and Igor Borstev spoke at a conference that Harriet McFeely put on in Kenny Collins. And we went down there. She has the Bigfoot Museum in Hastings, Nebraska. She has a whole room of flags that were braided. And everybody, when she first started noticing these braidings in the flags, you know, just kind of laughed at her and said, oh, no, it's, you know, it wouldn't be done by a Bigfoot. It's a flag. Well, they braid a little bit different. They don't braid like we do. Number one, they go bottom to top. They also, at the bottom of it where the braid is at, there's a special loop that they do when they knot it off. And, you know, people that have horses and stuff, like I had a pony, they braided his mane for, oh my gosh, forever and a day. But, and they used to, when I was a kid, my other horses that I had, they did the same thing. Well, Harriet's found in various places that this is what's happening with these flags, and the flags are being ripped up and braided. And when I was in Nebraska for the conference, we were getting ready to leave, and her and Kenny had dropped Pat and I off at the airport, and they went to go leave, and they went by this family's house, and all of a sudden they look up and the flag is braided. So they stopped and went back and asked if they could look at the flag, and it was the same thing, and it had the same distinct qualities that braids for the Sasquatch are. And then we found some also extremely, extremely tiny, like it was too tiny for a Sasquatch to braid with it. And what's happening is little people are braiding them as well. But they've got the characteristics of the braids that the Bigfoots do. And they will do it. Like if you ask them, they'll admit they did it. And she's found these all over the place. I mean, so there's that going on, as well as a multitude of people that are noticing the horses are braided. Melba Ketchum's horses get braided constantly.
See, around here, Rob, and I talked to somebody who works at one of the ranches around here, and I asked her, you know, she took care of like 15 horses, and I asked her point blank, have you ever come across braiding? And around this area, my area is very, very saturated with legends of fairies, and they call them fairy braids around here. What's the difference between a fairy braid and a Sasquatch braid?
My own personal opinion, for whatever that's worth, your fairy braids are going to be really tiny, just similar to like what I was describing that we're finding with the flags. I mean, they're really, really going to be teeny. The braids from the Sasquatch, any of the ones that I've ever seen, have been a wider braid. I mean, you can definitely tell that a much bigger hand has been used for it. Now, as far as to say what the bottoms of the fairy braids looks like, I don't know. I'm being honest, I don't know. I can't say specifically that the smaller braids I've looked at were from a little person or from a fairy, but the Bigfoot, they have a certain loop that they do when they knot the bottom of that braid. And if you look at it the way it's braided, it's just really bizarre. I mean, the whole thing, the way they do it, it's different than what you would see with ours.
Yeah, more of a twist.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah,
you just hit on the head there, Robert, because what she said was that it looked more twisted than actually braided.
Well,
yeah,
they
I
take
used to
it.
have in the Sierras years ago, and this actually decades ago, and it was a boarding where other folks could have a place to keep their horses, and we used to find that on our horses all the time, especially up in the Maine. And what a pain in the butt it is to try to comb that stuff out.
Oh, it's terrible. Have you noticed too where they do the twisting, and instead of the braiding, they'll twist two strands, and they'll be a good sized strand. Right. And then they'll take them and meet them at the middle. They'll knot it at the bottom. And I couldn't figure out why they would do this until I started noticing it was always at the end of the neck, closer to the withers. And there would be muddy butt prints on our Shetland pony. And what they were using it for was a handle. I mean, it was literally a handle. It wasn't a braid. There would be two strips that would be twisted, and then they would come together at the bottom, and then they'd be looped and tied, and they were hanging on to it. That's what they were doing with it. And every time I saw that, there was a muddy butt print on it.
I got a really good one for you guys. I got sent this picture from somebody who's a viewer of my channel, and we had done a show recently about little people. And he said, Duke, I got to send you this picture. I don't know what the heck is going on with this thing. I was going down a trail, and it was all muddy. It had just rained, and there was raccoon tracks. So this raccoon was using this trail, and he was going right up it. You could see his prints perfectly clear. And then at one point, he stopped, and there's this tiny handprint right next to where he was standing. Like there was a little person riding on him that reached down and touched the ground for some reason. And you could see the raccoon's handprint and the little person's handprint right next to each other. And it was quite obvious that other print was not a raccoon print.
That would be cute.
That would be cool to watch.
So are these little people you guys are talking about, are these the stick people that the Native Americans talk about?
No,
Not
stick people
that-
are big and eat
yeah.
people. They're more like trolls. There's all different kinds of sub varieties of little people all across the continent, and some of them are supposed to be only in certain areas, and other ones are widespread. And the problem is that you have to go by description from the local tribe to try and match it up with what another tribe is calling it in a different place, because there's more than one variety of little people. And some of them are presumed to be extremely dangerous and hostile and untrustworthy. And then it goes all the way to the other end of the spectrum where, like, you can actually make friends with them. They might hang around to protect your house or something, you know?
So Duke, I got to tell you, I had a tribal member of the Kalispel tribe up here contact me a while back, and he talked about the stick people, but they looked like mini Sasquatch, is what he said.
Mm-hmm. Generally, we get the descriptions of the stick Indians, especially. The legend that goes along with that is that they were actually a tribe, whether they were humans or not. And at some point, there was really bad climate problem, and everybody was basically starving to death. And this other tribe came to the other tribe and went, "Hey, we're starving. Can you help us?" And they went, "Hey, we can't even feed ourselves right now. Good luck, buddies." And at this point, the stick Indians, according to their legend, turned cannibal and just started eating other humans and have maintained that tradition. So, the question here is, were they humans to start with? Or was this something else that was out there that they're ascribing this, they turned into monsters? Same thing with the Wendigo legend, that people get possessed by this evil spirit of the Wendigo, and they start out as humans, and then they develop a taste for human flesh, and then they don't want any other food except human flesh, and they can't eat enough. They're gluttons for it, and they start gobbling down everybody around them. And then the next thing you know, you have this whole rash of Wendigo hunters running around shooting people, like happened in the 17 and 1800s just north of the border, central Canada there. There's a lot of that going on. And they even got a couple of people that were arrested and executed for being Wendigo hunters. So I think that stuff is all kind of tied together. What they're referring to as a stick Indian little people, I'm not sure how they came up with that name for it, because most of the tribes have a specific actual name for it. And some of them have more than one kind in their area, and they have specific names for them too.
Well, in regards to what Nate just said about it looking like a small Bigfoot, and I'm not going to say that this is exactly what you were referring to, but years ago, like back in, I want to say 2013 or 14, I was in Pennsylvania. I had gone there because there's some work that I was supposed to do with the Bigfoots.
That's the Elba Twitch, though. I mean, they're presumed to be in Pennsylvania, not over here in Idaho.
Well, these were actually what we encountered. I mean, besides the Bigfoot that I was dealing with, was we had encountered Fae. And all these cryptids, all these paranormal things, they all can shapeshift. I mean, they just can. And these things literally shapeshifted into what looked like miniature Bigfoot. And then they shrunk down. Like, they were tiny. And I wasn't by myself. There was somebody else that was there. And we actually got a photo of one. And the entire night, once we found out we had it, we accidentally got the photo. It wasn't anything we were trying for. And so it was like trying to hide the photo because they kept trying to swipe it off the phone. So we were like sending this picture of what it looked like before and then what it looked like when it shapeshifted into this little Bigfoot. And we were sending it to everybody's camera or to everybody's phone, trying to hide this picture so they wouldn't swipe it. And every time we'd send it to one place, they'd go after it there and that would be removed, but we'd already sent it to somebody else's. It was ridiculous. This went on for hours into the night, and they finally ended up getting every picture we had. But it was a Fae, and it literally shape-shifted down into what looked exactly like 100% Bigfoot, only it was tiny.
Changing topics here for a quick second. Dirty Filth, who lives in Edmonton, Alberta, he brings up a great question about the Headless Valley in the Nahanni Valley in the Northwest Territories. Now, I know none of you guys have investigated that up there, but how come we don't hear more stories about this area if it is so legendary?
I've got a friend that's actually been there that had another friend that also went there. They paid $3,000 for a helicopter pilot to fly him in for 15 minutes because they're a geologist and they wanted to land at the hot springs there. And so he wouldn't land. He basically wouldn't land and sit there. He said, I'll drop you off. I'll circle around, and 15 minutes later, I'll pick you back up again. Most of the copter pilots don't want to get within 100 feet of the ground for some bizarre reason in Nahanni, or they won't even fly you in. So anyway, $3,000 for 15 minutes on the ground. That's a little pricey. So he drops them off, and they're all happy, and they're trying to get some pictures of these hot springs and stuff. And they immediately start hearing roars and screams coming from the mountainside and heading in their direction. And the copter hadn't even got very far up in the air. It turned right back around and landed and picked them up. And they were more than happy to get off the ground. And they said, why did you come back and pick us up right away? And he said, I saw something. And they said, what? And he said, never mind, we're leaving. And that was the end of their big expedition to the Nahanni Valley. The legends of the Nahanni Valley is that there's two different weird things going on there. There's the Naha tribe, which were indigenous to the area, but weird legends about them being more like old archaic type armor and stuff like that, like Bronze Age armor and weird stuff like that you wouldn't expect to see on the continent. And then they just vanished at some point. And then the other one is the Nakani, which are apparently one of the local names for a type of Sasquatch that lives there, which are extremely hostile and don't like humans being there at all. And, typical Sasquatch attack fashion, they like to pop your head off.
Yeah.
So there could be a good explanation for the headless thing that's going on, other than, claim jumper bushwhackers that want to take out some prospector and steal their gold or something like that. There's your best option. Local legends in Nakani, which are their very predatory and aggressive Sasquatch that supposedly live in that valley.
Wow.
That's
I would love to go up there.
Apparently, it's really hard to get a permit. I got a story from a guy who was in Switzerland that just fell in love with the place. Spent like 20 years saving up enough money to be able to make a trip over there. And when he got there, he was just heartbroken to find out he couldn't hike around in the park. They had very limited areas they would allow access to. He took the river trip down the river, and they had like certain places you had to camp. You couldn't just camp wherever you wanted to. And he started noticing all the places that they had set aside for camping were all like little sandbars right next to a giant cliff where nothing could get to you. And you couldn't get off the little sandbar and go anywhere. So he was very, very suspicious about that whole thing going on.
Positions.
Well, I mean, it is something that, there's mysteries like this all over the world, as to why they don't allow us into certain areas. Is we've got about 6.5 minutes before we have to go to break at the top of the hour. Super Duke's Christmas Santa Claus show, bringing us all sorts of Bigfoot presents this year. One of the big things when it comes to Sasquatch this year, did any of you have any face-to-face encounters this year or get close?
Oh, I had several.
Yeah.
I got some of them on video too. There were several times when I actually saw them and zoomed right in on them, but there was just way more times where I didn't see them and got them by accident. Some of them very close. I had one that was standing behind me. My scariest one this summer is on the expedition where we had Erin from over in Billings come visit us, and her and Mike, we had all crossed the river, which we usually never do that because that's like their spot. And the river's finally low enough and it's late enough in the year we can wade across it. So we go across there, and we already know upriver from there's a huge asterisk structure. So Mike immediately goes along the riverbank and takes Erin upriver and around this little bend where there's a bowl next to the river where the asterisk is to show her. Now, I'm curious because we've never actually been to the top of the hill across the river from camp. So I wanted to go up there and see how high it went. Well, as it turned out, it went a lot higher than I thought it did. And I got a great view of the valley from up there. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to shoot some video. Wow, you can see all 5 miles all the way across this valley. And as I'm filming the video, I just get this feeling is like something behind me. Reflexively turn around, turn back again, keep filming. Now I'm really feeling something behind me. So I start walking, still filming, and I finish the whole scene. Well, after it comes out on one of my shows, Joyce from Bama Bigfoot contacts me and sends me a screenshot and says, Duke, there's one standing right behind you when you're filming this. And I'm like, oh my God. And I'm looking at it and I'm like trying to make sense out of what I'm looking at. And I'm like, what? That's got to be part of his face. What am I looking at? And I couldn't figure it out. And the first time I tried to show it on the show, I totally labeled it wrong and everybody yelled at me. So I went back and took a closer look at it. And I realized that what I thought was his head was actually his nose. And his head was the size of a beach ball. And he was about 12 feet or better, standing about 20, 30 feet behind me, watching me film this. That was extremely disturbing.
I've seen that screenshot. That's a good one.
Yeah, I had some face to face again. The stories I recounted earlier about Stephen and I with the dog man, and then on that case right there, like I said, to have both of those creatures there together, and then the one that I had there at Mercer Bio where the three ran across the field right there, to have those, like I said, and those things. The furthest one that was probably on the edge of the wood line when Stephen and I were there was probably 150 to 160 yards. I mean, they were just so big you could see them. You can see them on the video. The ones I saw there in the daytime about 3:30 in the afternoon were probably not 60 to 70 yards away. And so I had those right there. Those were really, man, one of those things that you appreciate. You realize how fortunate you are to see something other like that. And what it does, though, it whets your appetite to see more. You're like, oh, come on. I went back 5 days in a row at 3 o'clock back down into Mercer Road, and it's a 25-mile drive, just to see if they were on a daytime pattern, see if there was something that was going on there for that right there. And it was. It just happened to be one of those lucky things that you find. So when you get something other like that, that's like I said, that was that I call it face to face, and then seeing the two twins, I saw them actually face to butt because their backs were to me as they were walking down the hill. But man, that's one of the craziest things I've ever seen, because I got to watch them again, as I said, interact with each other, and without them even recognizing that I was there. So watching the one kind of put his hand on the other and push the other one, and watch him turn back, and apparently was saying something other, posturing towards him, to see him respond like that. So again, it's been one of those deals that's really good. And like I said, all it does is whet your appetite for more. Hopefully, if I don't get COVID or get another infection, Stephen, my friend, he got sick as well here not too long ago. So once he gets well, hopefully we can get back to doing what we do down there, and see if we can find some more Bigfoot. They've had a time to break from us, and I don't know if that's going to be good or bad. They were pretty well used to us. And like I said, I have one there. I showed some pictures there where I was gone probably 15 minutes, and Stephen comes back there, and he didn't make it the same time I did, and he sends me a message. He goes, have you been up here to what we call ground zero? And I said, yeah, how did you know? And he sends me a picture. There's my 2 footsteps stepping out. I have metal knees, so I kind of have to step out at the same time. And then right in the middle of my footstep, there's about a 16.5 to 17-inch Bigfoot track right there. So it's just, when you get that right there, we were so doggone close. And then again, you just can't ever tell when it's going to start or stop. So on those deals there, when you find one in the area is hot, it does benefit you as a researcher to go down there as many days as what you possibly can, because it's definitely worth it. It's not an inexpensive hobby, as far as that goes. My wife says, are you gone again? Yes, dear. I promise you'll still get the same great Christmas gift you got last year. but it is, I think there's more and more sightings. I'm getting very fortunate to get a lot of people that contact me now on Facebook there and on email and stuff. Not necessarily on Facebook, but as far as my accounts there, and I get probably 4 to 5 different accounts a week. So really good stuff. And like I said, very excited about what I'm going to have. Hopefully, I can have more to tell you if we get to have the next time there.
Well, it's going to be interesting. We got 1 minute, Duke. 1 minute.
Anybody else?
Wow.
It's hard to say anything in 1 minute.
Well, you know what? We are 30 seconds away. So how about I just do my job as a host and kind of take over here for just a few seconds? Why not? Kind of what I do.
Hey, Dave, do you want to join us?
You know what? The last couple of nights on this show, I have had the real benefit of just getting to sit back, relax, and listening to the experts out there. And it is very rare for me to be able to do that. So I am very, very appreciative of being able to do that here. So thank you so much for making my job easy. And you know what? The biggest surprise of tonight is, that Nate Rudd was able to pull himself away from the Hallmark Channel to join us tonight. It's amazing. His son Corey was supposed to be here, but the Hallmark Channel was just too inviting and appealing tonight. The Bigfoot panel continues for another 30 minutes on Spaced Out Radio. Then it's Dave 101.
Oh, Hallmark's going to kill you, Dave.
Oh, no. Your daughter just showed up in the chat room.
Oh, boy.
That's my dad. I love it.
That looks like a drunken sorority party picture right there, Cammie Rudd. That looks... Yeah.
And it's funny with everybody not wanting to speak. I remember I watched one time Steve Martin guest hosting for Johnny Carson, and he had Richard Pryor on there. And you would think that'd be the funniest show they ever had. There were just so many minutes of silence because they had so much respect for each other, as I do with these guys right here, that they sit there, they're really wanting to let the other one showcase. And I'm here, like I said, to learn. I like to learn from these guys as much as anything. So that's kind of what that reminds me of, because when you have that kind of respect and this kind of minds here of people who have seen and experienced what they have, sometimes I catch myself sitting back and being an audience member rather than somebody who to participate, because I like to talk, but still, man, for what these guys have, boy, really, really appreciative of that as a fellow researcher, I promise you.
Are you guys getting a lot of the counting coup on you at all? Because I know I cannot possibly be the only one that gets it a lot.
Getting what?
It's called counting coup. They come up cloaked behind you and then they physically touch you.
No.
Like, they do this to me constantly. I mean, number one, they like my hair because my hair is basically bushy like a Yeti. And so they've always done that with me. They used to, when I would have my bed by my window, years ago, I didn't have a screen on my window. And I would wake up in the morning and I'd have mud and leaves wound in my hair because they put their hand in the window and play with my hair. But they'll come up behind me. Like we were talking and we just kind of like ran out of time and about, up close encounters like for the year. And like Pat and I, we get this a lot. They'll either come up behind you cloaked and then they tap you or they pat you. I feel like I'm being pet, like you would pet a dog or a cat. Or we'll get them, they'll go right outside the window while we're sleeping and I'll wake up and there's like this face literally 10 feet away looking in the screen window. Or at night, I'll go to let the dogs out. And if I walk out in the backyard, there's one standing right on the other side of the fence. Like, they're not shy. I mean, they are to a degree. The ones here in South Carolina are more shy than Michigan. We're moving back in the spring to Michigan, so we'll see what happens once I get back there. No, I went back in July for a conference, and they were like back to being up close and personal again.
1 hour, 57 minutes until Santa Claus flies, everyone. And I have already sent out my annual tweet to NORAD Santa asking them if they can report to us if Santa Claus encounters any UAPs or UFOs in the sky tonight. Last year,
there's a crap load of UFOs.
Well, we'll see if Santa Claus gets hit tonight. You never know. Now that the UFOs are out in the open, we'll see. We will see if Santa Claus gets nailed tonight by some laser beam from a UFO.
Hopefully Santa stays away from any Yeti infested areas and doesn't get captured or something.
Well, let's see if NASA's going to respond. Not yet. Not yet. We'll find out. We will find out. God, I'm so excited. So excited. I become that 8-year-old kid again. I'm like my son's age at this time of year, man. 2 hours until liftoff. Oh God, I'm excited. Hold on here. I gotta get my Santa gnome out here. Hold on.
Damn straight.
So, hey, William, you're saying that you're running into multiple dogmen or ones with the snouts?
Yes. We've I've gotten a couple pictures this year of my own. Some have been on my camera. Stephen got his actually with his phone, but I've probably seen, I guess I've probably seen at least 5 now before we had this year. So, and like I said, I didn't want to acknowledge their existence, so I just kind of pushed it away. But man, you get after a while, because their movement was so much different, their activity was so much different, and I was getting reports from people that, hey man, you ever seen anything that looks like a werewolf? And one of the first ladies that I talked to in the store, she goes, well, there's a creature down here, and it looks like a werewolf. And I said, a werewolf? And she goes, well, maybe like the creature from Falk. But most everybody that's told me they've seen it said it looks more like a gorilla. That's the first I've ever had say it looks like a werewolf. So, man, I had to open my mind up, and I didn't want to. It's not that I didn't want to do that. Just acknowledging that I was truly afraid of this creature. I think maybe now he has a bad rap as far as for the, like Duke says, the Gugway doing most of the damage. Go ahead.
One sec, guys. I just want to do a comparison here. Duke, can you move your microphone a second?
There's a similarity.
Wow, look at that. I have Duke Sullivan in the chat room. Santa Duke in the chat room.
There's a Duke gnome.
Look at this. That is friggin' incredible. That is incredible.
The Duke gnome. Well, since Blayne actually seems to be getting audio feed, we should make him talk a lot.
Yeah.
Oh, is my audio good now, or how's it doing?
Yeah. You sound good now.
Well, let's get him in here momentarily here. I just got to say, because we only got about 20 seconds left, guys. I got to say a big thank you to our super chatters on the night. Tater times 2, Lavira, Glenn, Spooky, Fapster, Simon, Tim, Jim Bob, Gary, Willie, Pix, Jeffrey, and Chad. Thank you so much for the Christmas love and the super chats tonight. Really do appreciate it. Don't forget, we're going to be getting news about our Vegas trip coming out here in the next week or so. And here we go with the third hour.
Would you like to connect with us? Head to spacedoutradio.com for all your latest show info. Now, back to Dave Scott and SOR.
Here we go with the third and final hour of Spaced Out Radio tonight. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We really do appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Hello to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America and digitally on TalkStream Live, Revolution Radio, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Go to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Just do old Davey the favor. Hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Ignivimus. Ignivimus is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the Clam sets a password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website, spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot, reading Shirky Poo's Newswire. Check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and now on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. For the final time tonight, we introduce an incredible panel of Sasquatch researchers put together by Santa Duke Sullivan of World Bigfoot Radio on YouTube. It's a channel you definitely want to subscribe to. We have Robert Boston, Nate Rudd, William Lunsford, Blayne Tyler, and Robin McCray. Super Duke, take it away.
All righty, let's give Blayne some time here. It finally got late enough now that Santa and his elves are off the internet up there. So he's got a little more carrying capacity. We can get back to him. And one of the things I wanted you to cover was a question that we talked about earlier, suppression in places other than the U.S. And I know you've had some experiences, including one you probably shouldn't have done in the first place, walking up to rangers in Algonquin Park and go, oh, do you ever get any Bigfoot sightings here? Oh, there's no such thing. Oh, you want to see pictures? And show them pictures that you just took like 2 hours earlier in their park.
Yeah, and I got in video in there too. Yeah, actually, the last time I was there, I scared the heck out of some. They're not rangers, but just park staff. I had my hat on, and they thought it was a cool hat. This young girl, they train up people for the summer. and they were asking me about the hat, and I said, well, it's pretty cool. And so is that what you're doing up here? I said, well, no, but there is groups that come up here. And they were like, what do you mean come up here? And he said, yeah, they got like Bigfoot expeditions right in your park. And they were kind of shocked by that. And then I said, well, I don't really need to join them. I have my pretty good luck at finding them on my own. And then she goes, oh, where have you seen them? And you probably shouldn't have asked me that, but okay, over by the outdoor theater. I've seen a few of them across the creek, watching all the canoers and watching how people come in. And right here at your campsite, Site B, I had them come right up to my tent at night. And that was after I seen the ones over there. And she looked like she was going to quit and go to her car. The two girls, they sign you in and everything like that. And go back a little bit. I talked to the rangers at the visitor center, and I said, yeah, I've come across them in your park in daylight too, not just at night when they're sneaking around. And I said, yeah, you want to see a picture of one? What, you want to see a video of one? How about a video of one down at the river getting a drink and then walking away? You want to see that video? And then they got all mad, and I knew better. I knew better enough not to put it on the sighting board. Seen a moose at 8 a.m. Seen a coyote in the parking lot. So they kick people out for causing a disturbance, I guess. But and this is just my one phone. I got like not thousands of pictures, but how you collect all your pictures and stuff. And I scared some park staff in my day, not just at Algonquin and at other parks too, where I said, you guys, I thought they were armed, and I found out that they don't even have weapons. Like, oh wow, I'm sorry for telling you all that. I thought you guys had something to protect yourself or whatever. And they got, so I was giving advice, just shine your flashlight around a lot. Right. So then I seen them going by my campsite, and they're like every 3 feet they're in the woods going like this, right? And they barely even walk. And I said I felt really bad because I scared the bejeebus out of them, just telling them just my own sightings from going in the public campgrounds and provincial parks. And I showed a OPP pictures. Like, you see this guy here? Said, yeah, this guy followed me back from a hike. And I was there investigating vocalizations and like maybe one my size, gray one, kind of charcoal gray one. He was following me, so I just turned and I took a picture of him. And he's trying to hide behind a small little branch. And I saw the OPP guy say, "Can you see him there?" He goes, "Oh yeah, I can see him." So yeah, that's in a provincial park, within 2 hours of here. And this is in daylight. And then I told him the backstory. I was there because the vocalizations woke campers up, right? And they're like, they didn't know what to tell the campers, but I knew. But I've scared a few rangers in my day, and definitely the young park staff. But
I think that's great.
Yeah, they're not going to apply to work at those places probably the next summer. I've had my run in, but I mean, they're just unaware. I guess I don't want to say ignorant or anything, but they're just totally unaware of what's in their park. And wow, like the one young girls I was talking to, it was like literally 5 minutes up the road from where they they got like the little structures or whatever, little buildings where they signed everybody into the campgrounds. And I didn't want to tell her, like, yeah, you live just 5 minutes up there, that dirt road, that's where they were. So because you can see their reaction, right? But yeah, I was talking to William there in the break, and I've run into the ones with the snouts and the ears, and this one incident, I was checking out a quad trail, and I seen some maybe good prints, but the quads ran over them. So snooping around. So what I did was I could tell on my right side or the north side that there was a bit of an opening. So I pushed through the scrub. And then it was kind of like soggy grass, and there's hundreds of prints, and they're different sizes. And then I taken a picture, and I look up, and I take a picture, and there's a funny big black shape at the far end of this little opening, and it was a huge female, with like a really big sagittal crest. And I'm like, did I just get a picture of that? So then I just backed up and went to a tree into the shade. Go, oh wow, I did. So then I went over closer, and when it got closer, there's 4 of these things with snouts and ears that were sharp, more pointy than the typical rounded ones, and they were right at the edge of the tree line, showing off all their canines at me. And I got a picture of those guys too, but and I scared the heck out of some guys at the photography shop because I was in looking at lenses and stuff, trying to get something better. And then I said, "Oh, you want to see a picture?" Like we got talking about it because the guy that worked there interviewed John Green when he was promoting Apes Among Us or something. I think that was the book. And so the topic came up, and he was the one who interviewed him when he was coming through my area, and said, "Oh, I got pictures of him. You want to see him?" And then he's seen my pictures of the 4 dogmen standing 10, 15 feet away from me in the tree line, smiling at me with all their razor sharp canines. And he's seen the big female. She must have been about 10 feet. But yeah, I've scared a few people in my time.
God.
So, but yeah.
Well, one thing we didn't cover yet, and Blayne, you can start us out on this one, is we covered the good and the ugly of 2021. And unless somebody's got some really spectacular thing they saw online or whatever that falls into the good or ugly category, let's cover some of the bad. What is the bad trends that you've seen this year?
Well, some of the ugly that I have seen, let me just get this in here for a quick second. Some of the ugly that I have seen, and I was going to bring this up, Duke, so thank you, is the fact that it was very disappointing for me to learn that the Bigfoot Research Organization, the BFRO, actually edits its reports. I think that is very disturbing to the entire community, that just because somebody sees a UFO or a Sasquatch disappear or something paranormal happen during their adventure, that is part of the story. And when you are eliminating evidence from a story and you are deliberately editing that story or not posting it because you want to play fake scientist, that does this field absolute tyranny. It does. And that was probably the biggest disappointment for me to learn this year. And the fact that the BFRO doesn't hold itself accountable for that. They actually promote doing that. That is very hard for me and disappointing at the same time.
I've known about that for a few years. Let me chime in quick on that. I have a number of former guests on my show and other people that haven't been guests on my show that I'm in contact with that are all former BFRO. And that's the exact reason they are. Because as soon as they sent their report in and then they went and looked at it and went, you guys changed a bunch of stuff. Oh, yeah, this doesn't fall within our guidelines. Okay, well, screw you. I'm done.
Years ago, I reported to the BFRO before I ever talked to any other researchers, before I had ever met Igor Borstov, anybody. And the only report I ever filed, because this had been going on my whole life, I never said a thing to anybody. And I finally decided to make a report. They wouldn't even give me the time of day, never contacted me back, never nothing. And so I turned around and refiled the same report with Michigan Bigfoot, which is Bob Daigle. And he contacted me right away. But I mean, they pick and choose who they want.
Shout out to Bob Daigle, Skookum Report. Good guy, good show. Check it out, folks.
No, this is a different Bob Daigle.
Oh, different one. Okay.
Yeah, believe it or not, who knew there were 2 Bob Daigles?
Yeah.
But yeah, they wouldn't even talk to me.
In August of 2005, I had a very up close face to face in the Sierras, and it was, that encounter literally lasted all night long. There was a female kept coming back up to the camp, kept coming and screwing with me all night long. Anytime something would happen, I was checking my watch. I'm an old teams guy, so that's, just habit, I guess. when I turned in my report to the BFRO, because I didn't, this was a new something to me. I had no idea. My original report was 6 pages long because it lasted all night long. It was immediately edited to take out some of the weird stuff. And then now throughout the years, that 6-page report is now 1 paragraph. 1 paragraph. So yeah,
You made it farther than me. They wouldn't even take the report. They wouldn't even return my phone calls.
Wow. Yeah, some group they are.
Well, they sanitize reports to make them more commercially accepted, right? So they can.
Well, they take out all the woo parts of it.
Yes.
Yeah, that.
Well, they also
William?
get, like William, you were talking about Dogman earlier. They also get a lot of those reports, and those reports never see the light of day. They're put in a file, and they're filed away forever. In fact, and I want to say that there is some really good people still in the BFRO. It's not the whole group. It's the upper echelon, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
We know who they are, but yeah, Carter Bouchard told Dave and I both that I think he said there was like 900 reports that they'll never come out. They'll never release. So, and that sounds like a big number, but when you think about it, it really isn't a big number. When you think about all the tens of thousands of reports over the years.
They had, years ago, there was a gentleman that lived not far from where I was at, and he had a clan that would come up behind his house. And he would go out there and he'd put old pizza boxes and stuff that had pizza in and whatever back there. And they were coming in and getting the food. And he decided, for whatever reason, that it was going to be this great idea to not only get hold of the BFRO, but to go to the police station and file a report, okay, which we all know how well that went over. Ooh. And that was a complete bust. Everybody labeled him crazy. But when I saw it on TV, I had actually sent a letter to him. I knew where the location was, and I sent him a letter and I said, listen, I don't think you understand the can of worms you just opened. If you need somebody to talk to, if you need any help, I know about these things. I don't know all, I'm not an expert, but I just told him, I said, I've dealt with them my whole life. If you need somebody to talk to, know that you're not alone, and this is my phone number. Well, he did nothing with the letter, but his wife got hold of me because she was absolutely terrified, and I helped her a little bit. But in the meantime, he called the BFRO. So the BFRO, I get a phone call from this guy from the BFRO letting me know that they'll take it from there. And I said, well, take it. I never had it. I just simply sent a letter stating that, I live within 3 miles of the guy. This is going to really, it's not going to blow over as quickly as he thought. I think he thought he was going to get a lot of fame and notoriety by going to the police department. It doesn't work that way. And, I said, I never talked to him. I talked to his wife, and they wanted me to know that they had it covered. They had it taken care of. Well, they had it taken care of really well until it all blew up in their faces because it was on every major network. And he started talking about the woo part. And boy, they dropped him like a hot potato. They wanted nothing more to do with them, and they distanced themselves from them as quick as they could. And they left him out to dry. He got hold of me probably 2 years later and said, I got to have some help. This has ruined my life. I've got to have some help.
Yep. Well, let me lead off on this one on the bad. As far as I can see in the community over the last couple of years, there's been a disturbing trend to shows that really don't. The host has no Bigfoot experience whatsoever, does no research, but yet presume that they should somehow have a Bigfoot show. And they're purely in it for the entertainment. They don't give a damn about the research. They'll put anybody on. So you get a lot of BS hosts and stuff on there. And I don't begrudge anybody having a channel and doing whatever they want with it. But when it comes to the point where these people are completely clueless or giving out bad information, several of them are not very nice people. And they're basically working together as a team to try and suppress other channels that actually show evidence. And I find that trend to be very disturbing. And I wonder if it happened naturally or if some other agency is at work making this happen.
Names?
Yeah, no.
We're not doing that.
Names.
No, I know who you're talking about.
Anybody else want to comment?
I don't really pay attention to that, but this is the problem that we have, Duke, with a couple of things. Number one, the whole COVID pandemic time has turned everybody into podcasters because we're sitting at home, we're looking for something to do, we have an interest. Hey, everybody's seen people make a lot of money off of platforms such as YouTube or Spreaker or something along those lines. And that's where we see a lot of this really happening. And, it's something that I could see very much happening. We've seen it in the UFO world. We've seen it in the ghost world, where everybody and their dog has a podcast. Now, everybody should have a right to be able to speak on what they want to speak on. That's not an issue whatsoever. But when you go out attacking other channels, other researchers, when you are, a closet, person of interest in the subject, that's where I think it gets a little bit dangerous, because a lot of people don't understand that we're all human beings. We all are allowed differing opinions. We are all allowed to like other people's research and not like other people's research. All right. And sure, you're supposed to call out abnormalities like we just did with the BFRO in the way they are editing their reports. But that's not taking a shot at anybody at the BFRO. That is taking a shot at the process of what they are doing, which is highly unscientific. Now, if people agree with that and that happening, shame on them for doing that. All right. But so many people these days, they think it's their duty to shoot people down and to make it a personal vendetta against others for having a differing opinion. That's what's sad with today's podcasting and YouTube vlogs that are going on.
Yep, totally agree. And the other thing is that, these the folks that I have the issue with are, well, let's look at it from this standpoint. Follow the money trail. They're all about making the money. It's all clickbait. All they want to do is make money. Most of them have never been out in the field. Some of them have been out like once or something, and they presume to know anything about it. Dave, you go out there and do research when you get a chance. Nobody on this panel is making money on Bigfoot. Nobody on this panel has a monetized channel. Some of the people on this panel don't even have channels. Okay. There's the difference. We're here because we want to actually share real information with you guys. We're not making money off it. The ones that are doing nothing but grubbing money off it and never go out and do any research and really don't know anything about the subject, you're really wasting your time watching their channels. And like I said, we've done the research, and some of these guys they're actually working together. They're trying to suppress the littler channels that are actually showing evidence and just push each other. That's it. Yeah.
Well, the other thing, while we're talking about the good and the bad, on the bad part that I've noticed, and it, to me, it's really heartbreaking, is there's no support for each other at all. I mean, I don't believe there's an expert in this subject. I don't care how many experiences you have. Your experiences are just as valid as someone that might have had a experience. And there's really no support for anybody. I mean, if we've learned nothing from the Bigfoot, it's that you work as a collective, because that's how their societies run, is as a collective. And I think we need to do more of that, because they're really, everybody has to process in their own pace, in their own time span, and that's fine. It's like, I don't think any of us here, from what I can see, are trying to force an opinion on anybody. Like, I know I'm not. I don't think you guys are either. I mean, I can tell my experiences, I can say what I've learned, but I don't try to convince anybody. I'm not out there trying to prove it. But there's a lot of people, and nobody here on this panel, but a lot of people that do. And there's no show of support for the people that are out there with any knowledge, whether it's that one experience or whether it's 100. It just seems like everybody's out for themselves, and that's just not a way that we're ever going to learn. I mean, the name of the game is to learn.
Very
and
true.
we can't learn if we don't work as a collective.
And on that note, we're going to wrap that up because that's a positive note to wrap everything up. We only got about 20 seconds left. Duke from World Bigfoot Radio, thank you for this incredible panel of Robert Boston, Nate Rudd, William Lunsford, Blayne Tyler, and Robin McCray. You guys were absolutely excellent in breaking down Sasquatch of 2021. Please be safe in the forests of wherever you are heading into 2022, and may all your encounters be positive heading towards the following year. Coming up next on Spaced Out Radio, Merry Christmas. That is my 101 to all of you, and we'll go through it next on the mighty SOR. Stay tuned.
Thanks, everybody.
Great show, guys.
Happy
Thanks,
holidays,
Dave.
everybody.
That was a lot of fun.
Thanks, you East Coast and middle of the continent guys, for staying up so freaking late to make it all the way through the show. Appreciate it.
I thought Bigfoot Rob was going to join us.
He was, and Christy was supposed to join us too, and they both disappeared at the last minute. So, see, aren't you glad I booked enough people?
Well, I was going to say something that I've noticed that there's a lot more reports coming out from Europe, like footage, like Russia or the odd one.
Ooh, good point.
Germany.
That's a good trend too. Yeah,
I meant to say that, but
Europe.
I mean,
yep.
I've I've been following this for a long time, and you're starting to see a lot of activity from Europe coming out, and people getting footage. Not great, but that's a real positive that it's not just North America.
Mm-hmm.
So that's real good.
That guy right there.
A great
That guy over there.
Robert Boston, a great pleasure to meet you as well, and thank you for coming on.
Thank you, Dave. I had a quick question. That red guitar behind your head, is that a Schecter?
No, that's a Court.
Oh, okay.
And, that's the guitar my son started on. Actually, both those guitars right there are my boys. My son kind of stole the red one from me, and it needs to have its electronics redone.
Well, I used to build them when I was over in Germany. So.
Oh, did you work for Schecter?
No. I built custom guitars, electric guitars.
Oh, nice.
For quite a few years for studio musicians, mostly back in the States.
Very nice. Very cool. Yeah, this one here is a Jackson. That's my daughter's. The black one's a Jackson Mini Dinky.
Oh yeah.
And this one's a Court. And so those two are pretty toast. This was more of a beginner level one, and my son kind of played that a little hard. That was Santa 2 years ago, and this one here, he just burnt out. So I ended up getting him another Jackson Dinky, but one that's a little bit higher quality. And
right.
You know what? I never understood the difference between a $200 guitar and an expensive guitar. Right. And you could sure tell the difference. That's for sure.
Yes, you can.
Guys, let me say again how honored I am to be here with everybody, man. I appreciate y'all so much and your research. I'm just amazed at the things that y'all come up with, and I really am. I should be considered among y'all. I'm not just blowing smoke in your ear, man. This is a great honor.
Well, you're awesome. I love listening to all your stuff.
Man, my research partners, I've got another in there that right after I had the experience this year in May, they're watching 3 run across. The next weekend, he had one down there talking to him on the other end of the bio. Last year, probably about 20 minutes. He got just a little bit of it on there, and before we finally had to steal his phone would record it and send it to me. And so he's also got an audio of one clacking there outside our tent when we had experience there in Oklahoma with one walking by and putting his hands on my truck and me watching that. But so I was going to call his name there, but anyway, we just did. It's so hard to get into everything, but man, like I said, I'm so real honored. I'm hoping to bring a guy with Duke here named Udell Head. Udell, he took over Bob Dodson's videos. If y'all know who Bob Dodson was, or Robert Dodson. And so Udell is a researcher right here from about 100 miles from here. He and I communicate quite a bit, but we haven't got a chance to research yet. But y'all get a chance to listen to him too, because he's going to have some good videos that you're really going to enjoy seeing for sure.
Oh, that's going to be awesome.
Bob Dodson's the only researcher I know that was so crazy when he saw Bigfoot, he ran toward it, filming it.
Yeah, we got a video that ran towards the Gugway one time. And, if he'd have known it was a Gugway, he'd have run the other way, I was sure.
No kidding, right? Oh my God!
Next time next time you talk to Stephen Hill,
yeah,
tell him Bigfoot in Germany says hi. I haven't spoken to him in years, but we used to talk quite a bit when I was over there.
Right, he's a great guy, man. Super
yeah, he really is.
He is. I talked to him the other day.
Hold on.
I have to say goodnight to all of you because I got to get ready for the next segment in 20 seconds. So thank you so much, everyone, for coming on Spaced Out Radio.
Thanks,
Merry
Dave.
Christmas.
Take care. Merry Christmas.
Hanging out
Take
with
care,
all you.
everyone. Good night.
Good night.
Not guy.
Merry.
Good night, Soup Duke. Here we go, everyone, with the third or the final half hour right now. We've rounded third. We're heading for home tonight on Spaced Out Radio. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We really do appreciate it. Want to remind you that if you've missed most of this show or others, check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot, reading Shirky Poo's Newswire, checking out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and now on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. Here we go.
It's time for Dave 101.
It is that time of the season once again where I get to say Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays to each and every one of you out there in Spaced Out Radio land who follow us on this show on a nightly basis, as well as all of you who are following us on our social media platforms. It has been a wonderful year of exchange, of talk, of knowledge, of news, and everything that goes on. Now, many times we really try to focus on the negative. That is just humanity that kind of goes on with everyday life. We love the drama. We love the hate. We love the discussions that are going on behind the scenes. Psst, you didn't hear that from me. But it happens on a daily basis across every field of the paranormal, the supernatural, the ufological, and the cryptid world. It's easy to focus on the negative, even though we don't want to. So tonight, on the Dave 101, I want to say thank you. I want to say thank you to each and every guest that we have had on this show over the last 12 months. Putting a show together like this is very difficult. It's not just me standing in front of a camera and a microphone and bringing on whoever will come on. I need a team behind me. And that team is, well, one of the best we've ever had. Starting off with Lynn Wallington, who hosts our weekend show. She has been an amazing addition since March when she came on to take over the weekends. I want to say thank you to Michael W. Hall, our paranormal lawyer who used to host the Sunday show. Fantastic job and a great friend of what we do. I want to say a big thank you to Captain Shirky Poo, for the news that she brings on a nightly basis. She has been one of my longest supporters, and I absolutely love her dearly, even though sometimes she makes me pull my beautiful hair out. But, Captain, we couldn't do it without you. You are a wonderful gift for Spaced Out Radio. I want to say a big thank you to our booking crew of Dirty Filth, otherwise known as Nick, to Spookles the Cat, otherwise known as Kate, to Bree, aka Thin Lizzie Borden, for hanging on out and bringing us these fantastic guests that we have had. We also thank Corns, the booking guy, for his job earlier in the year that he did to help us bring great guests to this show. I want to say thank you to Vincent, who has taken over and done an incredible job with doing our YouTube channel, bringing it up to speed to where we need it to be. It's been a hard task, but we were able to do it. I want to say thank you to John Hudson for doing the unbiased UFO report that we started a few months ago that has been highly successful, along with people such as Jim and Jade and Big Willie, who have really brought together a fantastic forum in the After Hours show that we have recently started. I want to say thank you to our listeners and all of our wrenches in our YouTube channel, and Merry Christmas to each and every one of them, because without them, our chat room could be very, very difficult. We talk about some topics that really, really push the buttons of people, whether it's for positive and sometimes for negative. But our wrenches do a great job in making sure that our chat room is always a safe place for people to come and give their opinion, no matter who they are, what they preach. We have people of all color, all faith, all sexual orientation, and we don't care, because in the end, we're all in this together. And it makes for a fun and fantastic and supportive chat room that we put together on a nightly basis. Without our chatters, we wouldn't be where we are today. I want to say thank you to our terrestrial radio stations of Saga 960 in Mississauga, Ontario, to Chuck at KZFX in Ridgecrest, California, to Len at the Rattler in Apache Junction, Arizona, our latest station to pick us up, to Bellingham, where we are on KZAX, to UPRN in New Orleans, and in WQEE 99.1 Rock the Key, to Ryan and the great show that they have been with us. We've been with them for about 5 years now. And it just makes it so much more fun when you have that terrestrial audience listening as well. We have done a lot over this year to grow. We have done a lot to make ourselves be the best that we can be, and there's still room for improvement. But we're going to continue on, because I am in a loving mood this Christmas. I really am. And I want to say a Merry Christmas to a lot of people out there who've been influential in this field. I want to say Merry Christmas to all of our UFO friends out there, the experts, the fans, the guests. Namely, I'm going to point a couple out. I want to say thank you and Merry Christmas to people like Grant Cameron and Nicole Sackage, who have been major players in what we do. I want to say thank you and Merry Christmas to our guests who we have on a monthly basis: Geraldine Orozco, R. Keith Andrews, Varla Ventura, Butch Witkowski, David Weatherly. Who else do we got? Ronald Murphy, Merle, and Science Bob. I want to say thank you and Merry Christmas to the entire UFO world for allowing us to be a part of it. It's been a stressful year for experiencers. It's been a stressful year for those trying to bring the news. But the good people have done a great job in getting that effort out. Whether you agree with them or not, or the narrative, that is not for today. Today is about saying thanks to everybody who has helped get the picture out there that this phenomena is real and that it is happening. And now we see the government of the United States for bringing it together. I want to say thank you and Merry Christmas to many people in this field who have talked to me privately about the phenomena. This has been a very educational year for me, because a lot of stories, a lot of evidence, and a lot of insider information that I try and share with our audience has come from insiders who know way more than me, but they just say, Dave, keep my name out of it. This is what you can say. This is what you can't. But that information goes a long way to educating our audience. So thank you to all of our anonymous sources that have helped us along the way. I want to say thank you and Merry Christmas to people like Duke from World Bigfoot Radio, Nate Rudd, and others in the Bigfoot field who have really opened our eyes up to many, many encounters and great stories and knowledge of the cryptid world. Ronald Murphy, another one. Brian Bowden, another person out there. Even though he has so many podcasts, he still makes time for us. The knowledge that they have helped share to our audience is second to none. I try and bring on people on this show to keep everything open-minded. We like to call it the woo, but you know what? What is really normal about these topics that we discuss? Sure, these topics can fire people up. It can get people mad. I've been mad over the year. I've been upset over the year. I don't understand certain things that make me cross. But in the end, it's all information that we are putting together to try and make a story and a byline out of what all of this phenomena is all about. The one thing that we have learned this year is that there is a bigger picture. What that bigger picture is, we still don't know. It's like trying to solve a puzzle with all the pieces upside down and putting all the gray pieces together. What I can say is, I think after 2021, we actually have an outline and the outer edges to that puzzle complete. We now have to fill in the puzzle pieces to see what the picture truly looks like. Heading into 2022, we'll go over that next week when we give our final Dave 101 of the year. But for this Christmas Eve, it is about saying thank you to everybody in this community who has helped us out and help us grow. We have interviewed people that we never thought we would get on this show. Luis Elizondo has become a friend of ours. And we thank him and wish him a Merry Christmas for putting his neck on the line, along with Chris Mellon, for really getting the UFO story out there and into the public. We may not agree with the narrative. We may not agree with some of the information, but the fact is these two gentlemen alone are pretty much fully responsible for making the UFO topic top page news, headline news that has never, ever been seen before in the world of UFOs. And we're not talking about the National Enquirer or Star Magazine, the smut mags that used to carry UFO stories. I want to say a big thank you to all our friendly podcasters out there, namely Ben and Joe from UFO Garage. And if you haven't subscribed to their channel, I would so much appreciate if you did. These two have really helped us out in helping promote this show. So much so that we were able to switch our website over to Ben's company, Nito Creative, and that's why we have such a hot-looking website that we do today. It is incredible the amount of friends that you can build within this community. People who are generous with their time, generous with their efforts, and generous with whatever their expertise is in order to help you out. There are a lot of good people in this field who really deserve a pat on the back and more support, whether it's a click of a follow, a hit of the subscribe button, or a super chat donation, or just a retweet of some sort. This information that you are getting is from people who are working hard right across their bow. The majority of people in this field, I would say 99% of them, are not making a living off of this. This is a passion more than a hobby that they are doing in order to do their little part to bring you the knowledge they can. Whether it's UFOs, whether it's cryptid, whether it's ghosts. And we see this happening on a daily basis. And those people like Merle and Science Bob and UFO Garage and Nicole Sackage and many others in between deserve the pats on the back that they need. Why? Because their efforts are moving the ball forward. We are all trying to move the ball forward in whatever respective field that we have. On this show, we try and bring you a nightly topic of discussion where we're trying to create not only great radio, but great knowledge for those who need it. We thank people like Steve Stockton from Missing Persons and Mysteries, and people like Swamp Dweller for coming on in and really believing in what we are doing and helping promote us to become bigger and better than what we are currently. It takes a community in order to build a community. That community may start off small, but in the end, it grows the proper way. Sure, there's been fights. Sure, there's been hatred. Sure, there's been mental anguish at times for things that we don't understand. But right now, it's all about the positive and about the love that we need to show each other moving forward. Why? Because that is how we're going to grow heading into 2022. And this year, out of all years, even though the news has been right up front, we've seen a lot of people move towards these little cliques. We've seen a lot of people move towards these little groups to kind of faction off their information. But in the end, they're not hoarding the information. They're letting the information out, which allows all of us shows like this to benefit from their hard work. So for everybody who's done the hard work in this field and really helped make a positive step forward, Merry Christmas to you. Merry Christmas to your families, and Merry Christmas and thank you to the great research that all of you have done to move the woo forward. We love having fun on this show on a nightly basis. We love to be able to bring you the latest and greatest that we can find. It's people who are working hard in this field to bring those stories together that are making us a great success on a nightly basis. And because of that success, we keep growing. Merry Christmas to each and every one of our listeners, those in our chat rooms each and every night, those who are posting and reposting our social media posts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and now TikTok. We couldn't do it without our wonderful listeners who join us each and every night. And we have never, ever taken for granted those who are taking their time to spend it with us. Time is the most important thing we have on this planet because time is finite. And when you get great people who listen to this show on a nightly basis, whether on our terrestrial affiliates, whether via the podcast or YouTube or Twitch, you know that you have to be on your best each and every night because those people deserve the mention and the credit for making our show much better. So from all of us at Spaced Out Radio to all of you out there, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and all the best in 2022. You have made this a very successful year for us, and we are so proud to go through 7 years of broadcasting for you, our wonderful audience. Take care. All right, let's get to Shirky Poo's news here. She's got it lit up for us. Start off with Wheel of Fortune. Let's choose an A here for, Audi? Yeah. Wheel of Fortune contestant who was denied a new Audi by a controversially technicality will be presented with the same model car by Audi, the company said. Charlene Rubush, who made it to the bonus round of Tuesday night's episode of the game show, correctly answered the puzzle, choosing the right word. But a pause of a few seconds between right and word caused her to miss out on winning an Audi Q3, a luxury SUV that starts at about $35,900 American. You know, one's tough because you said all the right words, including the word, but as you know, it's got to be more or less continuous, host Pat Sajak said. We'll allow for a little pause, but not 4 or 5 seconds. Rubish was still sent home with 16,500 in winnings, but the rule used to deny her Audi provided controversy online. Come on, at Wheel of Fortune. The woman literally chose the right word, former Jeopardy winner Alex Jacob tweeted. Give her the car. Jacob's sentiments were echoed across social media, and soon the official Audi account tweeted that Rubish was a winner in our eyes and would receive the Q3. The problem that we have with this is she's now going to pay taxes on that car. Because in America, when you win something, you have to pay tax on it. Not up here in Canada, though. It's free. If you don't want to ruin your holiday season cheer, you may want to skip this story. This one's not going to make you happy. Some of us might think seeing cruel, unusual revenge is an exclusively human trait, but turns out that animals are capable of it too. In India, a troop of monkeys has subjected a village's dog population to a full-blown war crime. Not only that, the murderous primates are targeting the most vulnerable dogs of all, puppies. Over the month-long killing spree in the Beed district of central India, the monkeys have slaughtered hundreds of puppies. They've killed more than 250 juvenile dogs in the areas surrounding the city of Majalong and the village of Lavul, some 6 miles from the other town, with a population of 5,000, seems to be the center of the monkeys' terror, and no dog is safe right now. Don't even keep them leashed, keep them inside. Moving on, a Japanese professor at a university unveiled the latest innovation, a television with a screen the viewer can taste. Home Miyashita, an associate professor in the School of Science and Technology at Meiji University, said his Taste the TV invention uses a combination of 10 flavors to create the taste of food pictured on the screen. Great. Now we're going to get TikTok videos of picture licking the entire time. And finally tonight, a Florida man allegedly punched a 16-year-old girl for cutting him off. Hillsborough County Police issued an arrest warrant for Stephen Irvin Saunders of Tampa Bay, claiming the 47-year-old punched the teen with a very youthful appearance, causing redness, soreness, and bruising to the left side of her jaw. The alleged incident happened on December 16 when the girl accidentally cut the suspect off while driving. Yeah, Saunders is accused of following the victim to a light, getting out of his car, screaming at her, "What the heck are you doing, you stupid bee? You cut me off." And then when she rolled down her window, he socked it to her. Yeah, throw the book at this idiot. We don't need that on the roads. No child, let alone no innocent girl, should be hit. Ever. Ever. Throw the book at him, Florida. Way to do yourself, Florida man, right before Christmas. Thank you to everybody tuning us in tonight. Our great panel put together by Duke Sullivan, Shirky Poo for the news, and of course our great audience on Spaced Out Radio. We got Mr. Ron Bumblefoot Thal rocking in the background with Little Brother is watching. Bumblefoot is the official music of Spaced Out Radio, rocking us in and out of every single show. Get your horns up for the guitar god himself. Special thanks to everybody listening in at home, at work, in your cars, wherever you may be. Thank you to everyone in our chat rooms tonight. YouTube, Twitch, LGAB, Revolution Radio, Spreaker, Facebook, the Space Travelers Club, and on Twitter at hashtag Spaced Out Radio. I know you're out there somewhere. Remember, this show is copyright by Spaced Out Radio and SOR Media Ventures Limited. Thank you so much for choosing to share your evening with us, because together, my friends, we own the night. Mr. Bumblefoot, we need a favor. We need you to take us home. Yes, the Woo train has docked for the night. But soon, my friends, we shall ride again. Your seats are always available. Your tickets never expire. And if you want to bring a friend, we've got room for them too. Good night. Merry Christmas. from all of us at Spaced Out Radio. That was a great show. Super Duke, you outdid yourself tonight. Great panel. Thank you so much. Seriously. Fantastic panel. I wish Blayne's audio wasn't so screwy at the beginning, but man, that was a good panel, Duke. Great job. All right, let's get this going here. Guys, I'm just going to take a quick bathroom break, and I'll be right back. We are 1 hour away from Santa Claus flying. I am pumped up. Pumped up. I'll be right back. All right. Sorry about that, guys. Oh. Tomorrow night on the show, I am going to open up everything to you guys. I don't know who is going to join us, but we're going to do a little bit of a year in review. And we are going to have some fun. I want to hear your stories. I don't do it often. And we are going to open everything up to you guys to come in and chat and tell us your stories, your favorite part of the year, maybe what you heard on this show or other news. And if you have any questions, we're going to be able to bring those on. It's a fun 3-hour show. We're not going to, we'll still, I don't even know if we'll take our commercial breaks tomorrow night. I really don't. Well, we may take a break or two during the show, but tomorrow night's all about you guys. I know there's a lot of people out there who this is the highlight of their day. And I know that you want us to be here for you guys because we're an important part of what you guys do and part of your day. And we want to make sure that you guys have your time to shine. So tomorrow night is all about you guys. And you know what? We are going to make sure that I'm going to post the links to tomorrow night's show. And we're gonna continue it through the weekend. Lynn Wallington is going to have her shows on Saturday and Sunday, so Christmas Day, and on Sunday, Boxing Day up here in Canada. And we're going to make sure that we have programming for you. The only show that will not be taking place this weekend is the After Hours show, because each and every one of Gemma Jade, Big Willie, and John Hudson all have young families that they're going to be spending the holidays with. And so we've given them the weekend off. They will be back the following weekend on January 1st and 2nd. But Lynn and I are going to continue on pushing right through the weekend to make sure that you guys have some incredible times during the show. And we want to make sure that you guys get your programming in that you have come to rely upon. And that's what we are going to be doing. So there will be live programming tomorrow night for you all because you guys deserve it. And we know how important we are to you guys. And that is something that we do not take for granted. And we want to make sure that we are here for you to move the show forward. And like I said, we're doing it all for you guys because we love and appreciate each and every one of you for what you guys do on a nightly basis for us. So that's the plan. You know, it's there's nothing real formal about tomorrow. I don't know. I'm going to put the invite out. Whoever wants to join us as a guest can join us. If not, that's okay too, because we're all family here. I'm sure we've figured out over the past how to do shows, and I'm pretty sure it'll be successful tomorrow as well. Okay. Let's go here. Where am I? There we are. Let's cut that right there. So that's the plan for tomorrow night. And I hope you all come back and join us. And we're doing it all for you guys. What a fun show tonight. What a fun show tonight. That was great. God, what a week it's been. What a fantastic week it's been. David S., how you doing? Anybody else come in late that I haven't seen yet? Lovely Lynn LeBlanc, how are you? John, how are you? Howard S., how are you? The fedora wearing John Hudson has returned. Hold on one second here. Okay, that's up and running right there. Let me just clear some of this out here. There we go. Clear that out. See if NORAD Santa has responded to us yet. Oh, so Walker, Santa is now upgraded with a FLIR camera and Spy 1 radar. He'll be okay, Dave. Perfect. Jenster at Spicy Cat Design. Thank you. Much love. Let's go here. Let's go here. Number 3 should be about here to here. Oh, Duke. Duke, you kicked ass tonight, man. You really did. That should be the end of that right there. Where is the beginning? Probably around here. That looks like it. Yeah, right there. Let's see if I'm right. Hold on. Cool. I will be taking calls tomorrow night. Yes. I will be taking calls tomorrow night. 48 minutes until Santa Claus lifts off from the North Pole, people. We're staying on. It's important shit. All right, that one's done. Oh, here. I think it's about there. Block user. Oh, shoot. Spooky, I accidentally blocked you. Son of a gun. The chat room jumped. And now it's frozen on me. Come on. Son of a gun. Wait. What the hell just happened? My chat room just blanked. Are we still on the air? Weird. My chat room just blanked. Okay, good. Good. I was trying to get rid of that, whatever that troll thing was that popped up. Oh, there's my chat room back now. Good. Yeah. Where was it? Right here. That's the one. Block user. There we go. Had to get that troll thing. Okay, Spooky. I got to go in here 1 second because Spooky, are you blocked? Oh, well, let's get your wrench back. Hold on. Add moderator. There you go. There you go. Yeah, and we've been dealing with those troll things for a little while now. Hold on. Goodness, did I put number 3 on here? Shh, here we go. Okay,
He doesn't see me, but I watch him.
boom, and then boom. Should be right about. Nope, not there. Should be right around here. Nope, not there. About there. There we go. That should be perfect. Gorgeous Larry, how are you? Ethereal Aura, how are you? Andy Jones, thank you, buddy. Appreciate that. Hopefully this weekend I'm going to be able to get some time in here to go over the whole plan for Vegas. And do you guys have a place I could share pictures of some of stories of my experiences, David? Yes. Let me figure out where you could send them. You can send your reports. Like, do you want reports or do you just want to share your stuff, man? But getting back to Vegas for a second, I know I've been talking about it for a while that we're going to have things up and running. We just want to make sure it's perfect because right now we don't know how many people are coming. So we got to set the plan for everything. And, like if it's like, hey, if 20 of you show up, that's wonderful. But if like 200 people show up, what the hell do we do? So we got to figure out everything regarding that. I don't think we'll have 200 people there. I think it's going to be around anywhere between 20 and 50. And kind of go from there. But we're definitely going to make sure that we can take care of everybody. Abductions and weird scars. Send it to Lynn Wallington. Lynn at spacedoutradio.com. Lynn at spacedoutradio.com. It's probably the best. So that's that right there. So, anyways, some of the things we were planning for Vegas, just so you know, and of course, everything's going to be unfortunately COVID dependent. Um, since everybody's going nuts over this Omicron stuff. But what we're going to be doing in Vegas is we are going to be holding a get together at a center bar somewhere, and kind of go from there on the Friday. I'm going to be going down to Vegas on the Thursday, so I'm going to take a couple of nights off the show. Lynn's going to take a couple of nights, so there might be some dead air moments for the listeners who can't make it. We'll try and do something from on YouTube regarding the show. Who knows? We don't know what we're going to do yet. Maybe we'll rent a conference room and do the show on Friday night live in front of all of you guys. Who knows? There are options that we can try and figure out while we're there. Basically, it's a get together just to have some fun. The Friday night, we'll find a center bar where we can all kind of hang out and get to see everyone. The Saturday night, what we were talking about is finding a big enough restaurant where we could all kind of sit down and have some fun and have a meal together. And then on the Saturday night, find a different place to party up. And then many of you will probably head home Sunday because you got to work on Monday. I'm planning on leaving on the Monday. I think Lynn is as well. And we'll plan something, another get together for the Sunday evening at another center bar somewhere else, and kind of, have fun in the city. We'll probably do a dinner on Sunday as well. Of course, hey, this is all very Dutch. Let's remember, it is all very Dutch where we're all paying our own bills. I'm paying mine, you're paying yours, Lynn's paying hers. And, it's all a matter of fun. It's a weekend getaway that it's a tradition that we want to start here on the show. And over the years, it may get a little bigger and bigger, and we'll see where it goes. That is a little gnome that my daughter gave me, the Santa hat gnome. She gave it to me last Christmas. So anyways, back to the Vegas thing. I don't care if you're vaccinated. I don't care if you're not. We're not COVIDing, or, it's about all of us getting together and having fun. And we all deserve it. It's been 2 years in the making, and it's time to do this. And it's time for us to, it's time to make sure that we can get together as one big family and chill out. I'm going to try and bring in as many friends as I can, friends as in being former guests of the show, to hang out with us. That's why it's imperative that I get everything kind of organized at this time. Like I said, we're not doing a conference. Don't want to do that at all. But we'll see where we do it. We'll see where we go. The big thing for us is we are going to race fan. I'm not bringing my side-by-side down. Not bringing my side-by-side down. I would love to go out for a day of riding, though. Maybe I could use my cousin's. I know my cousin lives in Vegas. He's got a side-by-side. Maybe I can use his. He'll probably even want to come. But I'd love to see some of that area. No, I have people who are planning at Enzo. We got it all taken care of. So the the idea behind it is during the day, you guys kind of go do what you want. If you want to go lounge by the pool, you want to go play some poker, hit the casinos, go do some shopping, do whatever you want. That's what you do. And then come dinner time in the evenings, we're going to hang out together. I'm going to talk to Lynn about seeing maybe we will rent a conference room for a couple of hours and do a live show if we could get enough of our guest friends there and kind of go from there. That would be kind of cool idea. And then we can all kind of sit around and go out afterwards. That might work too. Just do an earlier dinner and hang out. We've never done a live show before, so maybe that's something we will try. I don't know. I know that on the Friday night, I will not be doing my show because 3 hours is a long time, but who knows? Maybe we'll do something a little bit earlier and do a special. I'll talk to Lynn about that this weekend. I never really thought about that. But maybe we can do that. Maybe that's a good idea. 35 minutes until Santa flies. The big thing for us is this. Hey, Typical Watch, how are you? If you are coming, once we put the announcement up on our website, we're going to put an email and we're going to do a count of how many people are coming. And I think what we're going to do is we're going to do special grab bags for the first 50 people. And then we'll bring some extra shirts down if we have more. All right. But I know I talked to Ben from UFO Garage tonight about it. They're going to throw in some swag as well into our grab bags. So that'll be cool. So basically, we'll figure something out towards getting things set up. I don't see why it wouldn't work. We'll figure something out. We will. We'll figure out, we'll get it all planned out for you and go from there. Like I said, this is all new to us as well. So we're going to use this as a stepping stone to making this a yearly gathering for our listeners. And I think it's going to be a lot of fun, guys. I really do believe it's going to be a lot of fun. And, that's the main goal, is that way we can all kind of come together and make it happen. We really can. All right. What's the latest on Twitter with the BC storm? Probably all bullshit in Vancouver. Oh, look at Vancouver getting hit with snow and hail. Oh, nice. Snowfall warning issued for Vancouver and their grass is green. That's funny. Yeah. Oh my gosh. There's a dusting of snow on Vancouver Island. Wonderful. Wonderful. Let's see here. So what we really do need is that if you are coming to Vegas, once we put up the proper advertisement. Good morning, Body Tech. How are you? Once we put up the advertisement, what we do need is, if you are coming, to send an RSVP to the email. So, and we'll make sure we get your size and everything. So, and like if you're under a pseudonym on YouTube, put your real name down, put your pseudonym in, let's say, for instance, like No Justice, No Peace. We don't know your real name. So let's say you decided to come to Vegas on the email and you go to confirm, put your name in the chat room on there and then put your real name and obviously your size, because we want to make sure that we get you the right size t-shirt and everything like that. And we want to make sure who's going. We want to make sure that you guys get something special for us. And like I said, this is the first time we're not charging any money to meet with us. There's no $10 cover or $30 cover. We're doing this. Everybody is, paying their own way. So that's kind of the way we're doing it. And we just want to see as many people as we can there to have some fun. And who knows? We don't know how big it's going to be, but we know that if the first one is a success, we know the rest of them going forward are going to be pretty damn amazing. That's for sure. And I'm very, very excited about it. And I know many are. I know some people have already booked flights into that area. A few of you have. So it's going to be absolutely awesome. I am going to try and get Merle there. Smoky Mountain Wanderer, how you doing? And who knows what we're going to do? Brother Eugene Braxton is going to be there. Eugene, you show up, dude. I'm telling you, man, I'm going to give you the biggest bear hug, man. You've been with me for like 5 years, and I absolutely love and adore you. And I truly think of you as a brother to me, and a mentor. And damn, it would be good to shake your hand. It really would. And give you a big hug, man. I can guarantee that's going to happen if you show up. So yeah, that's kind of the plan for everything. We want to make sure that everyone is included, and we'll see where it goes from there. Like I said, I'll talk to Lynn tomorrow about it. I'll talk to the guys from UFO Garage. They may want to do something as well. And the gorgeous Marie, how are you? I know you're going to be in Vegas. I know you'll be there. Magnus, how are you, buddy? If you're against planes, make sure you drive. Hey, Skip to Malou. I don't like the no-name thing. Go back to Skip to Malou. I appreciated that one. But that's just me. Maybe you like the no-name thing. That is quite okay. That's done. That's done. That's done. So, yeah, we're going to have some fun, guys. So it's time to get serious. As soon as the Christmas weekend is over with, it's time to get serious about making sure, that who's coming and who's not. I know there's going to be a lot of people who want to come who are not going to be able to make it, whether it's affordability, whether it's holiday time at work, whether it's not liking to fly on planes. There's going to be a lot of people who can make it, and we're just going to be very, very appreciative of anybody who can make it to Vegas for the party. That's what we look forward to. And hi, gorgeous Pam McSee. You're welcome. I don't care if they're wearing masks in Vegas or not. I'm anti-mask. I got kicked out of a business today in my town because I'm anti-mask. I'm not anti-COVID. I'm anti-mask. So that was kind of fun today, but I'll keep that to myself. But yeah, old Dave was a little bit of a rebel today. So yeah, let's see what's happening with Santa Claus here. 26 minutes and 50 seconds till Santa Claus launches. I'm looking forward to it. I think there may be UAP in the air. I want to show you guys this. Hold on. Actually, hold on. I'm going to stop that for a quick second. Let's share this. Share screen, Chrome tab. There we go. That way we can hear the sound. And let's go like this. Let's unmute this. If you look down here, look at the little blips that are happening here. The radar. I think those are. Let's start this chat. Hold on. Hi, I'm Radar. Hi, Radar. I'm Dave. Unable to connect. Why can we not connect? Oh, maybe because they're getting ready. That would make sense. This big time right now. Absolute big time. I don't know about you guys, but I'm pretty pumped up about this. Pretty pumped up. Yeah, Anonymous Yeti was in here. Nate Foot is going to come. See, that's the thing, Ethereal Oreo. You got to use the N95s, but 99% of people are not using N95. Right? The guy who booted me out of the business today, he had like one of these real loose masks on, and I asked him, I said, "Do you smell farts through that thing?" So, anyways, I'm not going to get into a big debate about that. NORAD's not going to come back. I played less than 30 seconds of the music. NORAD's not going to come back. We're giving them free advertisement. Free advertisement. And if they do, well, hey, we're pumping them up. Oh, Lavira, thank you so much for that. Another wonderful super chat. Really appreciate that. Toy Airy, the lady on the lady's mouth cracks me up. Wash hand, distance, and pray. Welcome to our channel, Toy Airy. Oh, Magnus, you're making chili. Oh, I'd love some chili right now. I'd love to see Cheyenne Mountain. Ethereal Aura, we wish you were there too, my friend. You need to take care of your health, and that's obviously number one. Absolutely number one. 21 minutes. God, I'm excited. I'm totally excited. Oh, Fireball. I got a couple of bottles of Fireball upstairs. I'm going to crack open on Christmas Day. Oh, man, I'm so pumped up right now. Gosh darn it. 20 minutes. This is fantastic. I feel like a kid right now. Just getting ready, pumped up. Buffets, I believe, are still open. Everything's open in Vegas, as far as I know. The dates are April 22nd to 24th. April 22nd to 24th. Gives everybody, 4 months today, or 5 months today. Nineteen and a half minutes till Santa Claus starts his flight. Nate Foote, you better be there, buddy. You better be there. You can braid my hair, Lavira. Got to show up in Vegas. "17 minutes. God, I'm excited. I'm excited. It's good stuff, man. Good stuff. Pumped right up. I don't even know when Easter is. Have I sung a Christmas song? No, I haven't yet. I have not. You know what my favorite one is on any television show? I just watched it the other night with my son. On the Polar Express, where all the elves are getting ready, and they bring out the reindeer, and they tie the reindeer to the sleigh, and then like thousands of elves are like start off with "oh," and they start chanting this "oh," and then they start "you better watch out, you better not cry," and they go on, and then all of a sudden when they hit that "Santa Claus is coming," then they go "to town," and the big doors open, and you see Santa Claus's shadow come out. Oh, that gets me every time. I get all choked up over that. I get all choked up over that. Fap, what do you like? Be honest, Fap. What do you like? I'm going to tweet NORAD again. At NORAD Santa. Do we have a plan in place for Santa Claus in case he encounters UFOs or UAP. Please let us know at Spaced Out Radio what the epic plan is. It can't be that top secret. Could it? Let's put a little GIF in there. Santa. Christmas alien. Put a little I want to believe UFO with Santa Claus popping in. There we go. If you're on Twitter, go retweet that if you don't mind. Damn it. I forgot to save that, damn it. Changing our logo on Twitter. There we go. Beautiful. I would assume Santa visits Bigfoot kids. Lavera, you can hang out with us anytime. $12 minutes. 12 minutes. I'm pumped up. Question, what's the average temperature in Vegas in April? 85 degrees, 90. See where Guns N' Roses is going to be. Hopefully they'll be. Let's go to the tour here. Summer 2022. Oh, they're not coming back until son of a gun. Europe, hold on. Australia, New Zealand. What's North America here? They're not touring until May. Gosh darn it. It's terrible. 10 minutes. 10 minutes. I'm pumped up for this. Gosh darn, I'm pumped up to this. Close that out. Cool. I don't know about you guys, but I'm getting pumped up. Ethereal Orga, we'd love to see you there, man. Hey, Steam Train Mark. How are you? How's Australia? Am I alive later today? Please let me know, because it is Christmas. I'd like to know. 128 people in here. We got the same few chatting. Come join us in the chat room if you haven't already. All right. If you haven't joined us in our chat room, come tell us who you are, where you're from. We'd love for you to come say hello. It is Christmas time. Let us wish you a Merry Christmas. So come on in, hop in our chat room. We'd appreciate it. Now, we know about 60 of those people are probably asleep right now. And one was like, screw that, and just left. Hey there, Grandmaster, a.k.a. Gong Show. What's happening? 8 minutes, people. 8 minutes. Oh, we're down to 124. They're like, screw this. I'm out of here. 123. Nope, I'm done. I'm not going in no chat room to say hello to Dave. Screw him. Oh. Thurston Howell III. Now we're down to 122. Oh, we're back up to 123. Someone's like, do I really? 7.5 minutes, people. 7.5 minutes. Come on, all of you people in the chat room right now and watching, I know you're all excited about this. You don't want to admit it, but you are all excited about this. Just as pumped up as I am. Hop into our chat room if you're new. Come say hello, if you don't mind. 122 of you watching. We might sneak the Magic 8 Ball into Vegas. Six and a half minutes, people. I am pumped up. Mm-hmm. 6.5 minutes, Santa Claus starts flying. There must not be anybody manning the NORAD Twitter. I bet you when we wake up in the when I wake up in the morning and check it, there will be people there. That's what I think will happen. Yeah, they must not be manning their Twitter right now. 5 minutes, everyone. 5 minutes. Oob to Joe's Maine. You've got Christmas aliens. Where is the stunning Rafaela Hans? There she is. Hello. There's Skip to my Lou. He went back. Well, cookies and milk and oranges will be out tomorrow. I'm not asking that, Chad Smith. Don't you break my heart right now. Down to 4.5 minutes. I'm pumped up for this, man. Hey, Fapster, you have to show up for the Vegas trip because Grandma Rose would have wanted to come and you would have brought Grandma Rose. So we need to celebrate Grandma Rose's life. We'll have a shot of her favorite drink. Damn rights we do. Merry Christmas, Grandma Rose, wherever you are. Love her. 3 minutes and 45 seconds coming up right now. No justice, no peace. Where are you from? Lavira, where are you from? Doug Shelby, where are you from, man? Lynn LeBlanc, where are you from? Data Derivations, how are you? Merry Christmas. We love you. Thank you so much. Thurston Howell III, where are you from? Enzo, where are you from, man? Race Fan, where are you from? Gong Show, how about you? Northern California, nice. You'll be showing up to Vegas, and that's close by. I know where Spooky Morales is. He's in San Diego. 3 minutes, less than 3 minutes. Wichita, Kansas. Dark Winter Wolf, where are you from, buddy? Oh, I have a white Christmas here. Oh, nice. Where on the East Coast are you, Lynn? R. Stahlbaums. Hey, Tri-Cities, Washington, home of the Americans. If you ever see Olaf Kolzig, say hi to him for me. He used to play hockey for my dad. He's a hero down in Tri-Cities. Same as Carey Price. 2 minutes, people. 2 minutes. Glasgow, Missouri there. Grandpa Holland, it would be almost Christmas Day there. This weekend is supposed to be to minus 32 Celsius, which is probably about minus 22 Fahrenheit where I am. Altoona, Pennsylvania. Very cool. Oh, Lynn's in New Brunswick. Cool. 1.5 minutes, people. 1.5 minutes. We're going to get this show going here. Hot dang, Santa Claus is about to fly. Kelso, Washington. Rolla, Missouri. So cool seeing where you guys are from. Less than a minute here. Fuck yes. Fuck yes. I am pumped up right now. 37 seconds. Now, usually the site gets slammed, so nothing happens here. CS Technology, Gaming, and Entertainment. How you doing? Good to see you. When we started, the first night we had 1,500 people. I thought it was going to be easy. That was with Alfred Lambermont Weber as our guest. And then we went down to like 10 and 12 and 15 the next number of nights, and I was just heartbroken. Here we go. Here we go. Yes, Santa is preparing as of now. Look at that. Hell yes. All right, current conditions at the North Pole indicate good weather for flying. Yes. Yes. Let's do this thing, Santa. Let's do this thing. All right, so this picture will sit up here for about half an hour. Or an hour. He's prepping. He's prepping. Look who it is. We have been joined by the gorgeous Simply Coco. Merry Christmas to you, my beautiful friend. Merry Christmas to you. Thank you so much. What is your Christmas drink of tonight's show? Are we on sangria at this time of night? Or are we at water? So I don't think you're at coffee. Rala? What's pronounced Rala? Did I miss something? Rala, Dave. Oh, I don't even remember. Grandmaster, when aren't you lit? Vodka and cranberry. Very nice. Very nice choice. Chad Smith, this is all about the experience, man. It's all about the experience. Just enjoy it, man. Oh, yeah. That's what it's all about. Just enjoy it. Fap, that would have been a long time ago. 7 years ago. My God. 7 years ago. Can't believe I've been doing this for 7 years. Well, it's pretty awesome. Still 129 of you. We might have to get a special Gong Show t-shirt for Gong Show for our store. I do have to go to bed soon because I do have to work a whole half day tomorrow. Then I have to wrap presents. It's amazing how many other YouTube channels try and post in my room in our group on Facebook. Always amazes me. Always amazes me. Did you accidentally? Oh, thank you, Wes. I appreciate that, man. Thank you. Who timed Lavira out? What did you do, Fap? Did you time Lavira out? We've been on YouTube broadcasting since 2020. So, on that note, tomorrow night, I do have to get to bed. I would love to stay up all night with you guys, but I do have to get to bed. Tomorrow night on the show, it's all about you guys. I don't have any guests planned. We are going to take a look at the year that was, some of the highlights. We'll go through the YouTube channel and kind of go from there. I'm going to take a bunch of your calls as well. I want to hear your stories of what you liked about the year and everything. So I am expecting you guys to come on the show tomorrow night. I don't do it often, so it is something that we do. We're just going to do it. There is no game plan for tomorrow night. Hello, gorgeous LaDonna. How are you? And so, that's kind of the plan for tomorrow. I hope you don't mind. I hope you all can come on and attend with us. We would appreciate that and have some fun. I want to hear from all of you. And big thank you to everybody who's purchased our swag, the super chatters tonight in Tater ×2, Lavira ×3, Glenn, Spooky, Fabster, Simon, Tim, Jim, Bob, Gary, Willie, Pix, Jeffrey, Chad, Rex. Really appreciate you guys. Spooky Morales, warm up that trumpet for us as we're about to get ready to go here. But we appreciate each and every one of you. We'll see you all tomorrow. Don't forget to follow us on our social media. And have a good sleep, everyone. And let's reconvene tomorrow. We'll have some fun. Good night.